I feel your presence on my skin. I feel you spreading out within. This time you got a hold on me. 'Cause now I look at you differently. Differently. Don't say I realized too late. Don't say you wanna give me space. Ooh, this time you got a hold on me. 'Cause now I look at you differently.
wanted to go because I
This
thought
wizard
that,
tower is portals.
yeah.
You're thinking with portals here.
Also, I thought I couldn't see anything. I was just assuming all the
Also,
way.
bold of you to assume Adam would put a loot room in a dungeon like this.
I mean, he's done it in like the last 2 things we've done, so it's a pretty good assumption.
Yeah, well, that's
Also,
Okay.
look,
that's
chests,
because
so
we've been
you
fucking
can't
with the
see.
dragon.
It
Bold
is a
of you
little-
to assume those aren't mimics.
They can be both chests and mimics.
Who knows what they swallowed in there?
Bold of
People
you to
have
assume the
magical
floor
items.
tiles right next to those chests aren't mimics.
No, but the point is, I think when a friend turns this corner, that there's not going to be a way back.
So in this panicking aura here, Connor, has Nazra unlocked her new fetish yet? Because after mass terror and hallucinations of screaming for, I'm assuming this has been a matter of 5 minutes being in the terror room.
Connor,
No.
I didn't mean to design this. I mean,
No, Nazra is not unlocking a new
Alright. all I can say is,
fucking
if you're going through what I think you're
being
going through,
confined. Her seat of fear is like in full fucking swing. She is.
That's what I said. But if you're seeing your seed of fear and it's happening for a very long time, either you pass out, have an existential crisis, or something happens. Something's
listen,
gotta
all I
break.
can say is I designed this domain exactly the way I intended, and I didn't anticipate what it might do if Connor's going through what I think he's going through.
Oh, this is
It's a
gonna
small
be
world.
awesome.
after
I can't wait for this to happen. Da, da,
Yeah,
da, da, da,
I don't know what y'all are so worried about. This is, you should be excited.
What are you guys worried about? This is
the-
gonna be
the thing-
awesome.
The thing
There's
I'm
no-
concerned about is only the factor that I haven't taken a single hit from this thing yet, and it's starting to get back together.
There's no
Slowly.
terror here.
Connor, I'm happy for you. Gleeful, even. But I hope you don't become the cause of yet another reason I can't finish my goddamn backstory.
No, I've already worked out shit.
Yeah.
I know when my stuff. Adam and I had a pretty big conversation, so I'm gonna keep my lips shut.
I'm
but
sorry, I didn't mean it like
Yeah.
that. Oops.
We have good plans.
We have plans. Don't worry, we're making
That's
sure you
even
finish,
more
Ruben.
Honestly, I more
Adam,
than
up to Sky.
more than
sorry.
anything else, I am very curious how the first like 15 minutes are gonna go. Because if Atrim doesn't get his act together real fast, there's gonna be some problem.
I'm gonna
This is
laugh
why-
if
this is why I'm talking-
Chris rolls a
Could
nat
you-
20 on the death saving throw and just
Could
gets
you
back up like nothing.
Imagine, gods. Could you imagine how differently this campaign would have gone at several key points if I hadn't bought like as many like healing potions as I did back at the carnival?
hmm
like these things. Like I remember being like, hey, is everyone stocking up? Like, and all this kind of thing. It's like everyone's like, yeah, and I'm just sitting here like, okay, I guess I'm the only one who's gonna grab these.
It's called being a support healer without being a healer.
I'm a fucking warlock.
Yeah, and I'm a tank who still hasn't taken damage, but yet I'm still at 53 hit points because we didn't take a long rest when we entered here.
Yeah. I am so sad that the Bone Claw could not hit you for the life of him. Of
He's getting better at being dodgy.
of everybody here, I wanted him to grab you the most.
Yeah, well, that's
But Astrid kept getting in the fucking way. No.
I want him to grab you. Yeah, well, that's called being mean.
Well, you'll see why in a little bit.
I
You'll
know,
understand.
that's why I said you're being mean.
Yes. That's like my
Don't lie to
job.
me. Don't lie to me.
Like my whole purpose.
Yes, I know. I feel your vindictive nature.
It's so funny to me. Look at like, so on my map, it doesn't show the shadows, or they're very like transparent. I don't really notice them.
Right.
And then you look over to the stream, and it's like crisscrossing lines of light and shadow, and like half of it, most of it is exposed, but like sort of, kind of, maybe. And then like I know if I were to click on, let's click on Atrim here. Atrim don't see shit. There is nothing going through that boy's head right now. See?
See? It's gone.
I think we have everybody here but Chris. And, well, we don't need Chris here right now. We'll be about 15 to 20 minutes late. Had to go to the store with girlfriend.
Oh yeah, Josh is here.
Josh is here. I'm assuming Josh is making his coffee because he's muted. And he also went to bed an hour and a half ago.
9 minutes ago,
Because he's a responsible adult. We were all playing New World together. So he was playing New World through the night, as he is wont to do, because, 13-hour time difference. And then when I woke up this morning, I noticed he was still on. I was like, oh, he stayed up a little later than normal. I can get a few minutes in. Like, I'll hop on with him for a little bit. I want to test this new build. I hopped on with him. And then David hopped on, and then Ruben hopped on, and then suddenly we were all just playing. And so, I just got off at 2, and he was like, oh shit, I should probably take a nap, shouldn't I? But you wouldn't know anything about that, James, because
Because I was working like an adult.
No, I
was gonna say more of because you can't figure out how to make your New World work, like some kind of technologically illiterate adult instead of.
It knew that my fisherman was too powerful and cannot allow me access back into the game.
Yeah.
Hey, I can fish.
The
game was not letting me fish for a little while there because I had
that was so weird.
And the only thing that changed was I was using a festival fishing rod.
Mm-hmm.
He gave me a proper fishing rod. It was all good again.
I got my fishing all the way up to 50. Bree's gotten hers all the way up to like 165 or something. She's all over this shit.
Yeah, well, eventually I need to go back to doing my Western fishing stories.
Well,
right, let me hop back.
I think I'm only at level 80.
With everybody here, let's
do maintenance.
My fishing level's almost 150, not 160. I apologize. Let's get into this, because I'm excited for this week. It's going to be good.
I am afraid.
So last week, there was a lot of back and forth, as one group was picked up by a couple of Nightwalkers and taken to where you had all agreed to meet. The other group carried on to the tavern, then left the tavern, and then decided to wander through the darkness, and also was picked up by those Nightwalkers who gave you a very stern talking to about wandering the night.
I'm sensing shade.
A little bit. And eventually, after a little bit longer than I had originally planned for, I have caught a couple, maybe a surface.
No.
Okay. You all found your way to the tower. Now, the Nightwalkers weren't able to tell you a lot about it, just that it was kind of a honeypot trap for wizards. And once you get in, it's a lot harder to get out. But you all charged on to meet your friends and to save Harder, the Lost Wizard. With that, Nazra had a little bit of difficulty entering, and she was pulled away from the rest of you. So, in a fervent attempt to find her, you charged headlong through this warped, broken tower, stepping through portals, dumping you out into other areas, and just an absolute mess of a compound. The whole time being hunted by a Boneclaw. You lost one friend, as the Bone Claw grabbed Astrid and took her somewhere. You all aren't sure where. You found Carter, who is in a unconscious stupor. And in slaying the Bone Claw, you also found Nasra in an equally unconscious stupor. And as the Bone Claw fell, you heard a howling scream rip through the area. But with that, we're going to start things off with Atrum, because you have very limited time, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Actually,
Are we going at this in like a round, like a round basis, like 6 seconds kind of thing?
He had just taken the turn order down, but maybe keep it back up just for the current like stuff that's happening.
At the moment, the only one that anything matters for is Atrum, but hold on, don't do anything just yet. Because I promise the rest of you will have plenty of time to do things. Atrum is in a bit of a time bind. And I'm struggling to find the easy way to do it. Here's what we're gonna do. Go up. No. Well, that's not cooperating. Oh well. I was gonna try and put you on a stopwatch, but it didn't happen. Anyway, Atrum, go. Think fast.
Yeah. Wait, so is this turns or is this just time right now?
Just go.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Hit the portal. Bonk.
Oh yeah, I have to move you, don't I?
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. Okay.
Get the stream up.
Okay. And check here real quick. Okay. Is she unconscious?
Make a medicine check.
Let's see if she's unconscious.
Mhm.
Oh, I guess to make sure she's not just full on dead. Would this take time as well, or?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean,
then I'm gonna
medicine
forgo
check is an
that
action. Okay.
because we don't have time.
Okay.
And after hearing the howl just running through the halls, going, oh shit, I'm gonna run, slide to my knees, and gonna hit her with that spell that I have, that I know what it is.
Oh no.
Spare the dying.
Okay. 35,
Mm-hmm.
50. Right there.
I believe it would have been two
Second
rounds
round, yeah.
technically.
This would have been your second round. Oh boy. Oh, nope, it's gone. So, spare the dying. And that just instant stabilizes, correct?
It does indeed.
Let me scroll back here. From Astrid, death save 1, 17, 1 success. From Astrid, death save 2, natural 1, 2 failures. Which would have been on round 2. Means you're fine. From Astrid,
Oh, fuck.
death save 3, 9. Hence
Hey,
why
look,
I
you just made
say,
it.
hence why I say, Atrum has a time crunch. So,
Oh dear.
with that fate sealed and secured, what is everybody else doing?
That sounds like 2 rounds of panicking. Bones are going together.
And a roar from the other hallway.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
there's a roar too.
It is worth noting to you, V, in the couple
Aye.
seconds that you're standing here, the corpse of the Bone Claw is not recombining or anything. It's just like there is a slight tremor of movement, enough to show like okay, this thing's not like dead, but it's not trying to snap back together like the dragon in the caverns
Okay.
was.
Okay.
It's not nearly that fast.
Is it like the Mummy Lord?
What happened with the Mummy Lord?
I think you needed to like kill like the heart or like the jars or something, and then it like disappeared.
Oh.
Otherwise, it just reappeared some miles away or something like that.
Well, I mean, that's
I'll
for
have
you to
do
figure
it.
out,
I'll
isn't
have
it?
to figure-
God damn it!
I don't know what this thing is. I just know it's undead and it likes to hug things viciously.
Yes, viciously. He was a
just
cruel
wanna-
and unrelenting creature.
And I'm not a hugger, so you couldn't hug me.
In the time that where like after this happens and then the howl goes out, from then to now, I guess Jury would have just like looked around for a second and ensured that their threat was, at least for the time being, eliminated.
Okay.
And then would have looked at V and would have just asked, do you have Nazra, or do I need to get her? If so, I am going to invest, or if not, I'm going to go investigate the howl. Whatever way would make sense for me to say, you get her, I'm going to go check that thing out.
Worth
Yes,
noting,
words.
you did not hear it. 'Cause you are not
I
in
don't
an
think
area
we did.
connected by it. The only people that
we
heard
didn't hear
it
it.
were Atrum and Soren.
Okay. Apologies. Then never mind. Then I
You keep your eye on this thing, and I will go get her. I'd rather
Aye.
not wake up.
I.
man,
Fuck you, I have no eyes. I spring.
I will take 20 points of lay on hands to myself.
Okay. You enter that chamber, very similar to the chamber you had seen earlier, with the various implements around, as well as two large metal chains kind of hooked into the walls, and the other ends hooked around Nazra's wrist.
Are they actually like in her, or are they kind of
No, they're like
shackled?
shackled. They're manacles.
Okay, I was gonna say, it's like, oh my god, is she knew that?
No.
Okay. I quickly scan the room to see if there's, I don't know, a key.
If there's what?
If there's a key,
Oh, a key.
something for them. Yeah. for the
I thought
key.
you said P, and I was concerned.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's what we're doing today.
Yep. No, go ahead and make a perception check.
All right. Key, please. Oh.
Oh.
Key.
You thoroughly scan the room. Not only is there no key, there doesn't seem to be a keyhole on the chains.
Okay. The shackles, are they metal or are they leather?
Metal.
Okay. All right. I swing sword at chain then, assuming she's not going to wake up or struggle
You're
or
outside of that rune circle. You take a step forward and
Oh yeah.
like hitting a wall, you
Oh.
reach the edge of the rune circle and you are stopped.
Ah yes, arcane. Okay. I will try to cut the chain that's not in the rune circle.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. I swing. 14.
I should be a responsible individual, and I've already pulled this up. Hold on. There is. Oh no. There we go. Chain. Okay. 14. You swing overhand and bring your sword down with all of your might. Doesn't seem to have
And
done
it-
much.
It looks like it bounces great. Okay. Wow.
Oh, that is a good point. With your 25 perception, I will also go ahead and add in here. With Nazra kind of arms extended to either side and the sleeves of her robe kind of draping down a bit, you do notice there is a rather intricate ring around her finger.
Huh. Have I seen rings on her finger before? Or does this look new?
That's a good question, Connor.
Typically, no. But a few of you, I don't know if I showed all of you, but I know a few of you have seen Nazra or Lyle play with something on their finger and even perhaps show the ring. I know I showed it to Jury once. I don't know if I've shown the ring.
V has seen you toy with something that would resemble a ring, for she has done the same mannerism with her ring.
Yeah, so you would have seen Nazra or Lyle play with something that would resemble a ring on her finger, even if you didn't see anything there.
Okay.
But you do see a ring on that same finger right now.
Okay. Pretty dangerous. Gotcha. Well, I'll call out to Jerry to see if he. Do you know how to deactivate runes or any arcane matter?
You know, dispel magic?
Unfortunately,
No, I didn't.
unfortunately, I am not the best at those manner of things. I could come hit it again.
Adam, I have a thought. It's not a good thought, but I think it would be kind of funny if it worked this way. I'm just gonna post it in chat to DM. And read the spell. Would it work?
Oh, wait a damn minute. I mean, yes.
All right.
If you're doing what I think you're doing.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna place my left hand as far into it and cast a spell on it.
Into the barrier around the runes?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
As it's doing this effect to me, I'm going to try to absorb that effect.
That would not work. I was thinking you were talking about your sword. I thought you were about to stab yourself and turn it around.
No, that's later. That's later. That's later. We talk about that later. We gotta talk about that now. This is Nazra. Anyways, fine. Okay, so that would not work here. We don't have magic to stop barrier magic. Is there anything? Can I deduce anything about these rooms?
Make an Arcana check.
I would like to figure this out. Where is the damn warlock?
Hello.
Hello. Chris, perfect that you showed up because I'm struggling to find this. Where would one find, amidst either the PHB or the DMG, the stats for things like stone, chain, rope, things like that? I know it has an AC and an HP.
What are you looking like? What exactly are you looking for?
Specifically, the length of chain.
It has no AC. It only has hit points and has a strength check for snapping it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the strength check. I don't see the other stuff.
It doesn't. It wouldn't. That's it.
Okay.
Those are the only things you would know about like AC and.
Gotcha. With an 18, looking at the runes, it is extremely intricate rune work. More so than probably anything you've seen. Almost certainly. And it seems to have a duration to it.
Gotcha.
Also, Chris, he managed to save you on your last death save.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
Do you guys know what I rolled?
Yep.
Yeah.
14, a natural 1, and if you wouldn't have made it to you rolled a 9 next.
It's fine. I wouldn't have died. I mean, I would have died, but I wouldn't be dead. Astrid just needs to find me.
Yeah, Astrid's special. Astrid's strong. Yeah. But yeah.
I want to point out I almost killed that thing though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
If he didn't have the reaction to attack first, you would have fucked him up.
I'm just stable right now, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay.
I'd like to investigate this intricate thing up here.
Okay. It is a box of tools. Files,
You asked.
scalpels, things like that.
You asked where's the warlock. I mean, if you want me, I'll come over. But I'm more or less just waiting because like I have stuff I want to do over here as well.
That's what I was about to say. I was Jerry will yell over, V, I can go back and grab either Soren or somebody else to maybe assist you. This skeleton isn't really doing much, right? It just seems to be stationary.
It's just vibrating a little bit.
Anyone who can get this barrier down.
Alright.
Will do.
I'll just go ahead and pop you to the other side of the portal then, Yuri.
Hello on the other side.
Oh, can I make a couple of checks while this was going on?
Yeah, what are you trying to figure out?
I just want to make an arcana. I assume because you didn't stop me from. Oh, that's a drawing tool. Yes, that is.
It sure is.
Oh no, that's not what I meant to do with that.
It looks like a little
I
slug.
know where you are now.
I assume this would this circle have prevented me from moving this as close as I am right now?
No, actually.
Interesting.
They
Can I make an after metaphysically slapping Carter? Can I make an arcana
also
check like
physically
like
slapping
looking at
him?
Also
Yeah.
physically slapping him. Yes, this is also true.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try and get this condition. I'm gonna throw myself a guidance on that because there's no reason not to. For now, use it while it lasts. Damn, I'm sucking at my arcana check.
16. Similarly, this is extremely intricate rune work. More so intricate than you've seen in your time working with Carter, if that puts it in perspective. This carries a bit more enchantment-y, illusion-y, like less physical presence. but it's
So there's a-
hard to pinpoint the exact school or any real information with a 16.
Problem. Kind of like Soren stands there. He tightens his fist a little bit, and he just kind of says, "Just wait right here. I'll be back." And he's gonna start making his way off,
Making his way
Towards-
downtown.
making a mental note that he's right there. Oh, hello, Jerry.
Hello. We could use your assistance in another room.
Yeah, of course. Friend showed me that Nazara was just a couple rooms away. Carter seems not quite catatonic, but what's the word I would use? His mind is somewhere else right now. Anyways,
Interesting.
Interesting?
This way.
Of course.
Ah,
Also,
I'm
do
back.
you know what that noise was?
What noise do you mean?
You didn't hear that? There was a bellow, a sort of scream of sorts.
No. Do you know where it came from, generally?
It sounded like it was echoing through the halls around here. It was definitely someplace close by. I've been through I saw the decrepit dragon statue, and friend showed me what he'd seen. But just before he entered the portal up towards the left hallway, he showed me that there was something down past the portal, along the hallway, the circular room hallways. And it didn't look friendly, but it also looked dormant. Maybe it's moved?
I will investigate while you help, if that's all right.
Of course.
Through the portal there, you'll see V up to your right.
Yeah.
Map
Join.
shenanigans. Thanks. Oh, friend, that's right. Boop. Ha! Suspicions confirmed! It's a dead end.
Good.
Squeak! Yes, thank you, friend. I am aware. Pretty. Do you have to make a sanity save again?
At this point, they are not relevant. You're welcome
Gotcha.
to if you'd like. They are not relevant. currently.
Oh, look at that. Hello, V.
Hello. Do you believe you can get her out? These runes, I push my hand onto as far as I can go before the barrier stops me.
Are
Interesting.
you seeing that over there, Jerry?
Interesting. There's a barrier here.
Hmm.
There wasn't a barrier around Carter, but these runes look the same.
Make an
They
Arcana
don't
check.
look the same.
They might look the same.
They might look the same.
Let's have a look-see at these runes. Are they different? I'll give him a hand with this.
Can you?
Are,
Oh,
are you proficient in Arcana?
No, never mind. I will not help you with this.
Yeah.
never mind.
Get out of here with that. Ah, shit. 29. Yeah, no, they do not look the same.
Oh, these are different.
These
Then I
are-
might recognize them.
They are like master level. We're talking, game terms, we're talking 9th level. These are extremely powerful barrier runes. This is a physical, you stay here, physically locked in place.
I am truly sorry, V, as well as for Nazra and Lyle. The only way to get them out of this is going to be to find the person that set them down. The good news is, it should be fairly easy for them to take off. The bad news is, if they put them down there, they probably put them down for a reason. And whether it's to keep them there or to keep whatever's happening to them currently from affecting us, remains to be seen. Although I suggest we find whoever did this quickly, because Carter's just a few rooms away, and he doesn't have the same rooms, or nearly as bad setup. I fear whatever's going on, maybe Carter is gone. Maybe he's been here too long and he doesn't require this intricate hold mechanism. But there might still be time to save Nazra. This is just what he believes from the information he has. Although I would like to try saying something to Nazra to see if it gets through to her. Because a very long time ago, Nazra explained to us the phrase that is used when their master is around. They said it doesn't work when we say it, but I figured I'd try it anyway because I wrote it down like the devious, intricate person I am.
Oh no.
I mean,
Racial slurs in another tongue. Here we go.
Here we go.
Fortunately, I can't find it in my notebook right now, and I don't want to waste our time. But I know it's there. We'll try it later, though. Right now, we should probably find the person. Although I would like to make examine the chains as well.
Okay. They seem to be chains.
They're chains. Noted.
Okay.
They're able to go through the barrier there, right? Is that because they also have runes on them, or?
They are, whether they were put there before the barrier or whether they are made of some material that doesn't interact, we're not sure. But they do, in fact, seem to be going through.
Can I figure out what these chains are made out of, since they resisted my attack?
Are you proficient in Smith's tools by any chance?
I am.
Okay, well then you would have advantage. Let's
Hey.
call that an investigation check.
You can have advantage. Oh, well, you already have
I
advantage.
already have it.
You
So
take a
20.
guy.
20.
A dirty 20.
They are with, a pretty in-depth knowledge of metallurgy and a keen, I'm going to put this in air quotes, a keen eye for detail.
Ouch.
These are not a material that you're familiar with. And I say that not as like oh darn, you don't know, try again with a better roll. I say that as
I don't
these
know.
are these are not a material realm metal.
I'd say there's a very specific reason I'm interested in these chains, but we'll come across that later.
I look
yeah,
at the
I can-
stone wall.
You can break the wall.
Okay. You
How ungodly smooth are they?
No, they're fairly standard. They look like rocks. I mean, they're sanded, they're treated, and cut into bricks, but it's stone.
If you give me some time, I could probably break the stone. As I look at the tools that are in this box and also from my smithing kit. But perhaps you're right, we should maybe just find the one who created these and force them to undo.
We're gonna jump over to Jury for a second here.
What did you do, Jerry?
Jury, as you send Thorin off through the portal and following his previous guidance, you hang a right-hand turn down into these circular chambers, come across the first room, and see what could best be described as a waiting room. Just a ring of chairs kind of pressed against the walls. And ahead of it all, into the next room, a massive version of these sigils that have been pressed along the floor. And significantly larger versions of these chains that are holding Nazra in place, lashed to almost frail-looking, decrepit old body. Skin sloughed off in most places, showing the bone and the sinew underneath. However, incredibly elaborate robes and rings, jewelry decorating the hands, the neck, the head, and that very, very decayed creature looks up at you as you walk towards him.
Jury has never seen anything like this. I likely never heard of anything like this. Like, Josh knows what this is. Jury has no fucking idea.
Fair.
So, understanding the situation and understanding the context that this image would be taken in, he's still very cautious.
Reasonable. Seems to be much bigger protections put in place around this thing.
Yeah. He's still very cautious, but he is going to continue to approach, keeping like a reasonable berth between the two of them.
His eyes
I'd
kind
say
of track your movement as
right
you go.
here. Does it look like there's anything in between this like doorway here? Like, is there any kind of like shield, like invisible kind of shield, or I don't know, would I see anything on my side, I guess, of the door that looks to be like stopping anybody from going in or coming out?
Make a perception check.
I have to reload, but it is 9.
Okay. Nothing in the doorway. The only thing you could see from where you're currently at is... let me grab my ruler here.
I don't know why it shows a nature check for me. I don't recall clicking that, though. Sorry about that.
Right, if you can see this arrow right here on the wall, gore marked, like just grooves carved into the stone, blackened and blasted away. Taking a closer look, it's not hard to get the realization that that is directly in line with where his arms are being held outstretched.
Does it look like there's any chains missing? Like, if I'm looking at this overhead view, and now I guess this is obviously like a 2D environment, right? But if I'm looking at that, like, it would make sense to me that there could be like a chain here or a chain here or something.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Looking at it is a weird placement for the chains. Kind of looking at where they connect and where they anchor. It looks intentional though. With where, so they connect at his feet and at his hands, and with where the tension is held, the chains are anchored in such a way that the tension holding his hands, for example, holds them away from the anchor. So
Okay.
it looks strange, but purposefully strange.
Okay. It hasn't said anything yet, right?
Just kind of watching you.
I am going to come back over here and sit down in the chair and keep an eye on him or them or it, and keep an ear out for anybody coming through here from this portal area so
Okay.
that I could let them know what I have seen.
Okay. Let's head back over to Atrim for a little while. What you doing, buddy?
Oh. Shit. Well. Have I, because I heard the scream, have I noticed, are the eyes moving at all, or are they still just stationary staring?
They're still just staring, blinking every now and then.
Okay. Well, I'm not strong, but Astrid is small. So I'm gonna pick her up if I can.
I will tell you how much I weigh in just a second. Hold on. Again, I made a waif of a girl.
I'm very weak, though. Well, not very, but yeah.
But, 165.
I don't know how the mechanics of carrying works.
I mean, if 165 doesn't exceed your carry capacity, you just carry her along at half speed. If it does, you kind of have to drag her a bit. But yeah, you just move along at half speed.
Okay.
Which, considering we're not in a turn order kind of thing, doesn't really matter. More a question of, are you carrying her, or are you just dragging her, bonking her head along the cobblestone as you go?
I'll pick her up and carry her, and gonna head back and try to find everybody.
Not the ruler. No more ruler.
Hopefully the cleric,
Come
preferably.
here.
Oh,
Also
are you
keeping an eye
fireman
out.
carrying or princess carrying? This is important.
The fireman's what, over the shoulder, princess is just in the arms?
Mhm.
You're small, I'll do a princess carry.
Oh no. Astrid found a new lover.
Look,
But
she doesn't have a clan anymore. She's supposed to be the one to, like, you know, fix that problem.
You leave
but
my brother
also-
alone.
keeping an eye out, because I heard whatever that was, and I don't know if it's that thing that was chained up that I don't even know is there, or if it's something else. So, you know,
You sure
keeping
did.
an eye out.
We did
Alright.
call it master. We did rudely kill it. Well, and dispose of it for a time.
I told it to stop and it didn't.
To
Where
be
you
fair,
going?
it didn't really attack me. It just kind of picked me up and started running away with me. So
Yeah.
Well,
I guess
I
we
know.
aggroed it.
Yeah,
I
you
know
absolutely
Jerry-
did.
Well, that's not true. I was sitting on his shoulder having a nice conversation. And then
Guys,
Yeah, and then all
he
your
tried to
friends
stab
stabbed
me or
him.
something.
We might
And
be
then
the
he
bad
tried to
guys.
stab me, and I'm like, I didn't even do anything, but okay.
Yeah.
But I told Jerry to go towards the other portal, so I'm gonna head that way.
Okay. Oh sure. Okay, I'll just go ahead and don't worry. I'll
Well-
take care of it for you.
Well, because
don't
you
worry, I'll
have
do your
control
job
of
for
both
you.
of them, so I was just gonna let you move them. Because
Mhm.
you'd have to like there.
Once
there.
they got to
There.
like right
Oh, hey,
here,
it's
I would
Yuri.
wave them down.
Yeah.
Seeing Astrid limp, I would get up and
Help.
move over. You may place her down. I can handle this. Can you do me a favor and go check on the person or creature? I don't know actually, but below us here, and I'll point. I need somebody a little more experienced with magics than me to go check that out. I will take care of her.
Okay, no problem. Obviously she is top priority right now, but if like after she's okay, like tip-top shape, if you have any of those healings left, but I'll go check it out real quick.
Oh.
And I'll gently set her on the ground, and we're gonna knock an arrow because I'm scared.
You know what? That's reasonable. I'll give you
He's
that.
like, you came into my living room, started attacking my minion, and I'm just sitting here having a nap.
And I will lay on hands for Astrid for 10 points.
Astrid, you're alive.
Okay. I have a question, and this is an incredibly important question.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, are you
Yes.
leaning over her when you are healing her? Or are you just like standing to the side, basically? Would you be in her field of vision?
Yes.
Okay. This is incredibly important because she thought she was alone.
To be more precise, I would have taken you from the bridal carry down to the ground, and then on one knee kept my hammer in my right hand.
God.
Oh, my cat just scared the shit out of me. I'm like, it is 5 a.m. Who's knocking at my door? Placed my left hand on up on your chest, and then eyes would have flashed, and you would have probably woken as my eyes were like beginning to dim.
He's about to get headbutted like a motherfucker, isn't he?
I feel like you should still
No.
be concerned. I feel like a cat shouldn't be able to knock on a door, but that's just me.
Wendigo?
No. You have to realize that her seed of fear is believing she's in a place that she doesn't know with no one else that she knows.
I suppose it depends on
So-
how she's feline.
So
Boo. Oh,
That
Boo.
was so
That was
bad.
awful.
I actually can't even like.
For real?
It would be one of those of where it'd be like, oh fuck you, right? But like it was just that bad. You don't even deserve that.
But
You don't even get to get fucked.
But
Oh no.
but she wakes up, sees Shuri, and like kind of just like goes limp again, but it's more like a relaxing limp. And she says, "Thank you."
You are welcome. And then I'll take my hand off and like hold it out like the Spartan handshake to get you to help you stand.
She takes it. Still a little wobbly on her feet, but she's up. What happened? I admit I blacked out.
Yes, you did. The large skeleton beast is dead, or at least for now. You should go through this portal here. It will take you to Nazra, and she may be able to assist you further.
He nods. Thank you again.
Of course.
And I'll go through the portal.
All right. It brings you over here.
Sweet.
You see Soren and Nazra in the distance, and I'm assuming by this point you hear the tapping of a chisel
Do
on
I see
stone.
them? I do not see them.
Oh.
Where are they? Where am I supposed to be?
God, she's alone again.
Maybe if you take a
Okay.
couple steps.
Okay. Good. Okay, I see them. Okay. All right. All right. I don't need to panic. No need
Line
to
of sight.
panic.
Line of sight.
Yeah. So, V, are you just chiseling away on the stone?
Try it kind of like a. Actually, one second. I think I have this. Yeah, I have a crowbar.
Oh god. Now,
With-
what was the what? Okay, I'm about to start like an interplanetary civil war. Eldritch Blast only works on creatures, right?
Correct.
Good. Noted. All right, we're all in agreement.
Um,
No civil wars today.
with a crowbar, go ahead and make a strength check with advantage.
I cast Mending on the chains.
14.
14 is they're pretty strong. They're in there. They're tough boys.
Oh, I should have given you guidance on that, shouldn't I?
What?
Next.
What is happening?
Nazra
James,
here's
that
under the
gift.
effect. Nazra here's under the effect of some pretty powerful magical runes, far greater than anything I've ever witnessed. We're trying to at least remedy the situation by removing the chains, at least from the wall, that currently bind her.
Walk up.
Although, perhaps you might offer some additional insights at the situation.
Kind of just like poke it a little bit. Is it like a force field around her?
Yeah, it's like a barrier.
Do I recognize it from like when I was like when that thing was about to happen to me?
It feels similar. That, you know what? Make an Arcana check.
Okay. I will promise you, I
It's gonna go
am
bad.
the most intelligent
Nat 20.
barbarian
Nat 20.
ever. Oh wait,
Okay.
I didn't mean to roll that, but yeah.
13. So it's, I wouldn't say it feels the same. But even from a like barbarian no magic perspective, like you were put in a rune circle and you felt about 1,000 pounds drop on your shoulders. She was put in a rune circle and now there's a barrier here. Like, general perspective, just seems like the rune circles want to keep you in the rune circle.
And the chains run out of the rune circle?
From the wall to the center. Like they're anchored into the wall. But yes, they do pass through the barrier.
Okay. And are the chains wrapped around her, or are they
Manacled.
manacles? Okay. Well, Astrid's gonna do the only thing she knows how. Walk over the chains and attempt to break it.
Okay, go
So
ahead
we've all
and
been trying to.
make a
tried
strength
that.
check.
Wait, take your guidance before you
Strength,
do it. after you've learned the lesson.
strength check, right?
Yep.
Why is it rolling to GM still? That's weird.
I don't
Mine was
know.
doing that last
Uh,
week too.
You both watch as Astrid walks in, kind of looks around, gets her bearings for a second. It's like, huh, I got this. Grabs the chain and just goes to
Okay.
yank. Just stop. Like,
Okay, I want to point out she does not look at. She did not come in and just was like, "Yeah, I got this." She was more like she came
Like
in
cracked
kind
her
of like braced herself against the wall and walked over and was like, and then just started pulling against the wall.
Anyway, I started pulling.
I sigh and I look at my sheet.
Okay. Well, with the two of you still trying to figure out how chains work, let's
I,
jump back to
I
Atrium.
wanted to-
Oh, yeah.
Wait, hold
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to start because I said earlier that we need to find the person who's like doing it. I wanted to head back to Atrium and like the stuff going on down here.
For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna just put you on the other side of the portal. I'm learning.
We're loading our shotguns, getting ready to clear the room.
Wait, what are you guys doing? Put those down.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Where did you get a
These aren't real
shotgun?
yet.
Where did you? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Where are you guys at right now?
Right next to you.
Oh, I'm talking to them.
Oh.
We're right here.
Yes. God. Oh my fucking god. Can I take a look?
Yeah, I don't think I understand the question any differently.
Okay, fine. I'll say it. Have you guys learned anything about the thing down here?
I think we're about to.
Oh.
I'm gonna pop both the wisps and a see invisibility before I go in here.
All right. Cool. Where are you going?
I guess we're heading to the big old room. The
All the way over here.
Similarly
there's
to
a lot
Jerry,
over here.
you see the sitting room around you, and
It's a waiting.
this
It's a waiting room.
it kind
We're
of
waiting for the doctor.
it's very ancient-looking, decrepit, clearly undead, but probably previously humanoid. Just kind of eyeing you up as you walk in.
Would Atrium be familiar with undead wizards?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Three check. Is it both?
To clarify here, from what I heard you say, you said undead lizards. And I know you meant wizards, but
Did I say
based off of
lizards?
the description that Adam gave of dry, old, cracking skin, lizard is also a pretty fitting
Yeah.
description. So
Maybe both. You could
Oh
be
yeah, I
both.
don't care about
You're a
this
wizard.
guy.
It was
Lizards
one
just came
thing.
to mind.
Now it's a Dracolich.
Heyo. Oh no. And this is undead, so advantage.
Correct. Look at you remembering your
Neato.
class features.
Like a good.
Yeah.
I'm a good
Oh,
noodle.
didn't. Hold on, let me reload the page. But that's a 21.
Is everyone rolling to GM, by the way?
Yeah. Hey, hi, that's a lich.
Mhm.
Also
Yeah.
worth noting with your perception, you would see the scorch mark over here. There's another one very similarly right over here.
From the looks of all of this, and are the runes the same as the other circles? Like, for instance, the one. Or no, Carter didn't have circles, did he? Or-
He
he
had
was
runes, but they were different.
with a 21 Arcana. They are not the same, but this one, given the size of the rune circle, they kind of spiral outwards in layers, if you will. It's like an onion. Ogres have layers. And about the third layer out, you would recognize the runes that you saw in the room where Astrid was. I don't believe you have seen the runes in the other two rooms.
I would have seen Carter's, but not
then
Nasra's.
the second layer, so the one just inside of Astrid's, is Carter's runes. Feels like not a hard extrapolation to make. This guy has all four of them. Well, all three of them and his own. He gets extra super protections.
Heyo. So that being said, this guy is obviously not here willingly.
Does
The
he
direction that the Bone Claw was taking us, was it
Does he
taking
respond?
us
Y'all
to
haven't
this
said
guy?
anything to him.
I said, "Hey, Mr. Lich."
Oh. Finally, you deign to speak with me. Good to know
Yeah.
that centuries of life and power relegated to fools like this.
Hey, all right,
But they roll with.
that hurts a little bit. I don't even. Why do you have our friends?
Look at me. You think I'm keeping them here?
Explain.
Inside the room, because I also have see invisibility up. Is there anything watching this guy?
No, doesn't seem to be. And to answer
I
your
haven't
earlier
noticed coming
question,
into this room.
no, nothing. To answer your earlier question, no, the Bone Claw was seeming to try and take you elsewhere. It was not taking you in this direction.
Oh shit.
Why are you conscious when the other ones aren't?
Because death has that effect on people.
Fair. Guess we don't have to worry about B then.
Worth noting, James, also with your passive, there's a, between his feet, a small, like, goblet. It looks, at a first glance, almost silver, and then you look closer and you're like, oh no, shit, that's platinum. And it's filled with, like, this viscous red fluid. See, once I was like the other. I was the only prisoner here. And in my infinite wisdom, I thought simply to escape. But he was more clever. And he kind of like weakly gestures with his outstretched hands towards himself, gesturing towards the chalice at his feet. And so I return. I have died 1,000 deaths and still am not free.
Who are you? I mean, who were you in life? This place looks like... This place is my home, and I don't recognize you at all, even in the corrupted Shadowfell version of it.
Names have power. No. But fear not. This is not your home as you know it. You see, to me, this is my home. To you, it is yours. Because you are the one he wants here. This place is whatever he wishes it to be. But it never...
See, we're playing the pronoun game. He said names have power. Who is he? What does he want?
He wants to feed. For me. I am a prime target. He can feed off of me for eternity. My power always returns. You, all of you, are but a temporary abatement. And, well, I should apologize, but I'm sorry. My companion was simply trying to buy me a bit of peace.
Insight on what he's been saying thus far, like that he's not the ruler and such.
Go for it.
Cool. I don't think I get insight on dead because they're dead. I don't think that's how that works, but insight.
You
I
recognize
have
the
deduct-
micro
deductive
That-
intuition though.
That was
Yeah.
a freebie for the other guy, the Bone Claw, because otherwise it would have been impossible. With a 24, less so even about what he's saying or the way that he's saying it, but simply because of what this information is coming from. Liches are the epitome of self-importance, right? And you would know well enough that, like, him, you're not even worth lying to.
Reminds me of beholders in a way.
I mean, you're not wrong.
What is it? What is it that like beholders have like ingrained in them that like there's another beholder that's gonna like overthrow them at some point?
Paranoia. That's also how they give birth to each other. Real weird. Beholders are weird.
Love that.
That's hot.
When a mommy beholder and a daddy beholder love each other very much.
No, the exact opposite. The exact opposite of that.
One of them kills the other one out of paranoia for a power move, and then they birth a child.
They immediately kill each other.
Exactly.
Immediately.
Like almost
Zero
instantly.
hesitation.
Not a thought in the world.
The eyes still aren't looking towards us, right?
He started drawing on it.
Of course
I
he
can't
did.
see one, but if I step this way, I can see that eye out there. It's not, still not moving, right?
No, it's looking in the same direction it was.
Step back over to the room. So where is this powerful wizard then?
He is here, I guess. He has his own manifestation of this world.
And what might that look like and or be?
If I knew I wouldn't be here, would I?
Guess that's true. But you have been here a long time, and you do seem to know a lot anyway. And you did just say that your minion, as it were, was trying to get us for an abatement. What did you mean by that?
He feeds on me day and night for centuries. But for every soul that gets captured here, he feeds on them as well. And that takes less from me. Eventually, their humanity always fails. They run out of power. And then it is only me.
How is it that you've stayed around for so long? Why is it that your power returns?
Well,
He just kind of gives you a look.
I mean, any wizard can really become lich. It's just domination. All that.
but you succeeded. You took notes. You tried. You must have murdered countless innocent lives. Soren kind of like looks at his own shoulder, like as if he's trying to like guard off his own memory. Like, yeah, I haven't done that. That's not me. I didn't do that either. No.
Only once or twice.
He looks at him.
Innocence in pursuit of perfection.
You sound like my dad.
Well, you all are somehow free. I mean, serve no purpose here. Why don't you just leave?
Yeah, about that. Go ahead.
Because our friends are still here. And if I'm being quite honest, the idea of this place existing as it currently does doesn't really sit well with me, given my attachment to the place. So, is there a way to set them free? And what is it that this thing is feeding on?
Set them free. Yes, you could. But they would have to do just as you did. they would have to surpass whatever prison he's put them in. Of course, you could help them if you subject yourself to it as well. Eventually, I'm sure you'll all be fine.
Strength in numbers. That's what those people said that brought us here. They said it was easier to overcome it together.
I imagine that might be true, but it won't be true for all of you. Someone has to break free first. So, who among you is brave?
Oh, so you're saying like we've got to go in there with them to pull them out? Oh fuck.
It sounds like he's saying if we go in there.
But
But nothing.
If you fail, I get free.
If you fail, it eases my suffering for however long you manage to survive. If you succeed, I lose nothing. I am still here.
Insight check? Oh,
Go
well, you
for
beat
it.
me to it.
Beat. No, that's not a real one.
no,
that was the last one.
for earlier.
Oh, that was the last one. My bad. I mean, you probably do better than me anyway. I'm not going to apply my guidance to this.
Hey yo.
21. As far as you can tell. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have anything to lose. And he only has a couple years of less pain to gain, so.
You made it sound like we'll face our demons. You must
Very
have a lot
kinda.
of those. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I didn't realize that you were saying something. My bad.
All right. What do you want to do?
I was just gonna say after a little pause, and hearing that, Jerry will step forward and say, "Very well. What must we do?"
As he said, face your demons. You may want all of your friends here, if you wish for everyone's help, that is. Unless some of you aren't ready.
I look over to Jury. We have to go get Nasra first. I know.
No,
Oh, that one.
Nasra's in there. We
That
got
one
to
is
get her
mine
out.
for now.
Okay, then.
Yes, I think this is the way that we get Nasra, is by helping her.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
However, you won't be able to access her mind. I can't even access her mind. I'm in there with them. There is something. Wait.
Ooh.
Wait,
I
I'm
need-
receiving a communication from.
No, I need to roll a. Oh no, sir, get back in your chain, sir.
He was hiding.
He's free.
Oh god! Oh god!
Let's see
Instantly
how smart.
finger
Oh
of
god.
death dead.
Yeah, no, he's real smart. That's a nat
God.
one.
That's a nat one. Oh god!
Nice.
Instant power word kill on him on his own brain.
Yeah.
Oh god! Here I go for the next century.
His finger, the finger on his right hand begins to like glow green, and arcing out towards the right hand wall where those grooves are, a green beam shoots out and begins scoring into the wall again, and he just kind of like slowly marks out. I mean, with all of you here, what appears to be a rune, and Soren, with your very thorough investigation of the runes around Nazra, he seems to be marking out a specific chain of runes that were kind of like separated across, like they weren't in a line or anything, just like various points throughout the circle. And then when he's done, that is her cell. She won't be free. She'll be able to access her body. Destroy those runes. Bring down whatever all is around her mind if you wish to help her.
Okay, can I get a I'm kind of like I heard what he said, but can I get? I'm kind of confused by those.
So essentially, he marked out a couple of specific runes that you need to destroy to bring down the barrier, so that you can access her body. No, the barrier, the wall.
Oh. Where are the runes?
Around
her.
Yeah, the runes around her.
Oh, okay. Without like turning her into a vegetable. Got it.
Right.
Could you imagine if we just did that? We just started destroying runes haphazardly without like any regard for what it might do to.
Yeah.
And what of the other one?
The wizard. You can access his body and his mind all you like. Don't know if you'll like what you find. He's in here.
Turn to jury and patron. I think we got everything we need, and I think we know what we need to do.
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward.
I mean, this is what I signed up for, right? Helping
Yeah,
people.
I mean, I'm sure we'll all be fine. We like all literally face our demons like every day, so I'm sure we'll be fine. We're all open books, never lied to each other, all that good stuff.
I don't think I have any lies, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess you're saying that. Alright, Jerry, is there anything you need from him before we head off?
Nothing to it but to do it.
God damn it.
I love it. I love Jerry.
What the fuck?
Well, back to the chambers, I guess.
Alright, wizard man, see you in a few.
Boink. As you walk in on these two, like, trying to fiddle with the chains and figure them out. Can I get both of you to go ahead and make strength checks again for me, please?
Yeah. I was gonna do something else too.
Please do.
Kill B.
Please be careful. I think I need one of these chains.
Well. Oh, okay. It
Okay.
keeps rolling. It keeps rolling to GM, and I don't know why. I'm on normal. I promise.
Doesn't want to see this shit.
V is over on the other side, like, crowbar, leaning into it, throwing all of her weight, trying to pry this thing off the wall. And Astrid, you, like, turn around, prop your foot up against the stone, and yank. And it breaks free of the wall with so much force that you, like, fall backwards into the barrier, and you kind of pinball back and forth for a second. And, yeah, you've got one end of the chain that's holding Nazra's left arm up.
Yeah.
Nice.
It doesn't want me to. Okay, finally, I fixed it. I think I fixed it. I think
well
I
played.
fixed it.
There it is.
All right.
What was the other thing you were planning to do while you were here?
Well, okay, this worked, so never mind.
Okay.
The other thing I was gonna do, because you know what the axes are, I was gonna see if like using them against the barrier would work. Like Astrid was just gonna try to hit it.
I like how both of us had the idea of trying to absorb.
Not against the barrier, but keep that in mind for what they're about to tell you. You know.
Oh, well, guys, we need to destroy these runes, and he kind of points to them on the floor. It'll let us have access to Nazra's mind so that we can go help her with whatever demons she's battling. But be careful to destroy only these runes, because pretty sure destroying any other runes is going to turn her into a vegetable.
Okay. Is it this one?
Yeah, does anyone have any...
Maybe leave it to...
He's gonna say this.
Leave it to
He's
the
gonna say
magic
this
people.
expecting. He's gonna say this expecting you guys to go ham on those runes. But he starts going on like, does anyone have any dispel magic or any inks we can use to maybe scrub out the?
Just
and then
I just Astrid
Just
slowly lifting the
smacking.
axe to start smacking one of the runes.
We're not even
As
sure
you-
if it's the right one.
As
No,
you
we
bring the axe down, go ahead and make an attack just to see the damage. Just for my own curiosity, because I want to see how far into the stone you can carve.
Oh god.
Oh, we both okay. 10 points. And then 14 points. As you slam one of the axes down on top of this rune, and you carve into the stone, breaking the magic around the rune, and the head of your axe suddenly begins to glow. With that, what is familiar to you, Soren, that almost internal glow of one of the imbued crystals. This, however, having a blue color, not the red that you subjected yourself to.
Oh, that gives me an idea, but we'll only be able to execute it once we free our friends.
Could I do it?
Yeah.
I think you did.
Well, you did with one of them. There's a
One more
couple,
time.
but I imagine as you all make your way around.
Crazy, what did you... Oh, you destroyed the rune, look at that. Well, I suppose it doesn't... And then he just keeps, blabbing while they're, about to...
Astrid, I'm assuming you do so with the other axe as well.
Yep.
Okay. You can consider
Invading
them
glow.
both.
I think glow is
Yeah.
good because I am barbarian.
Yeah, you can consider them both now imbued, and for all of you, you hear a faint whistling sound similar to what you heard in the forest emanating from her axes.
Question, what's the damage type?
For this, it doesn't have a specific one, so I would say force.
Okay.
But yes, between you and V making your way around with your now super magical weapons, begin carving the shit out of the specified runes, and you now have access to Nazra's body.
Astrid, after all that, will sit against the wall and it's kind of just she looks beaten to all the hell. She's got various scars where there were holes.
Well, the good news is, Astrid, you won't need your physical body for this next part.
How did you learn about this?
From a lich.
From a lich.
Okay.
No, that's all. Then we're good.
No questions, just rolling with it.
Listen,
Look,
if V's the one, given everything V's been through, I don't think V's the one to call out on sources of info and stuff.
Look, if I knew what a lich was, I'd be so upset. What is lich?
Dead wizard.
Smart person.
And you consort with this thing?
No, it's got nothing to lose, and honestly, kind of neither do we, because we've got to get Nazra out of here, so...
Got any better ideas?
Kill lich?
Can't get close to it.
Oh, let's maybe...
Also,
Ashton, I love your tenacity,
No.
but, you're kind of beat to shit, and so am I, and, so is everyone else. And I'm pretty sure he could just point at us and we would die.
Very strong wizard then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I see.
Maybe come back for like a weekend or something and take care of him. I don't know.
A weekend
Yeah, I
lich
gotta-
killing trip.
Gotta evict him out of my house.
Yeah.
This is your house?
Bastardized version of it, but certainly doesn't look like mine anymore.
Then it is not your house.
Soon. Anyways, you want to save Nazra or not?
Yes?
Then get around the circle and prepare yourself.
Well, yeah, we also have to like face our deepest fears and.
No,
fight
I was
our
gonna
demons
say
or
that like as we were
something, so-
going in. I was gonna say it like the last half second before we get into Nazra's mind. It's like, oh, by the way, we're facing our demons.
I feel like we should give them a warning.
No. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Ah,
Adam's
I
face.
see.
Adam's face.
I fucking hate you, Adam. Fucking hate you.
So
Pokemon. Oh,
So what are y'all doing?
You guys all right with
You, I
facing
don't
your,
have a mind.
everyone all right with facing their personal demons? It'll be it'll be easier if we all go together.
maybe.
Get in this circle.
Oh, like I said, I face my demons every day, so I'm not really worried. I'll be fine.
Does anyone object?
I don't think I'm ready to face what I don't know.
You want to send us in there by ourselves?
No.
And it sounds like you're gonna have to get ready real quick then. Sorry, V. But we'll be there to help you. Just as I'm sure you'll be there to help me with whatever the hell pops out of my mind.
That being said, I'm not sure how our physical bodies like transpire over to our metaphysical bodies. So like, I don't know if maybe
You
we
accept
should
the black ichor
do some
leaking out of
healing real
wounds.
quick. Or...
Don't worry. It's gonna be like one of those like eviscerating teleporting effects where first your skin goes back and then your muscle and then your bones and then your eyes and it'll pop back in that order when you appear down in the subspace. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be a little painful.
Pain.
Are you sure you pop back in that order? Because that sounds like I become jello.
Well, I think you lose like 10% of your blood, but just eat a cookie, you'll be fine.
I literally lose 10% blood at least once a day.
All right, yeah, then you'll be used to it. Come on, join hands. This should be fun. Be a bonding experience.
Do we have to hold hands?
Hold my hand, Atrum.
Okay. If there's
He's gotta,
blood
like-
on it, that's what I'm
says it.
saying.
He looks at you. He like doesn't speak in Abyssal, but he has an accent when he speaks in Abyssal. Like his voice gets really deep and
The
like whispery.
abyssal accent.
And he like channels his Abyssal accent and he speaks in common. He says, "Grab my hand." Anyways,
Did that one just speak in demon?
No, I don't. I do
No.
not speak in
No, he spoke with a demon accent.
Yeah.
Yes, he does that
hey,
regularly.
demons.
It's
that's-
okay. It's Swedish.
That's offensive. I'm not a demon.
You did-
I'm half aberration, and we'll have this conversation later in HR, young lady.
He said, "Don't worry, it's just Swedish."
Swedish.
Okay, so
He's European.
we're all grabbing hands and stepping into the circle.
Kumbaya.
I
Kumbaya.
guess so.
Gotta let loose
We're
our
all
minds and
step
consent
into
to
the
be
circle.
mentally attacked.
Surrounds Nazra, and nothing happens.
Set her
Because
on
if you-
fire.
Yeah,
Because
I close our eyes
if
and
you
get ready.
remember-
Hey guys, we've got to go back to the lich. I forgot.
Yeah.
If you'll
yeah,
remember,
My
the Lich said there was something on her person that was denying access to her mind.
Like a small ring shape.
But no one said that to V.
No one said shit to me because you were over fucking with the chain.
Yep.
Well,
I
and
was
because
fucking with the chain.
the only explanation
all
that was given was, yeah, I got it from a lich.
Yeah.
Well,
We're doing great, guys.
I didn't.
I say that I say BRB.
Is something
And
supposed
I
to
walk
happen?
away, but I can still hear, and I hear 5 minutes of just nothing, like
Just
actual
nonsense.
nothing happening.
Listen,
Yeah,
I was trying to
if
push it to make
something's
it happen.
supposed to
Everyone was
happen.
fucking around trying to with explanations. I'm like, let's just fucking do this thing.
If
Yeah,
something's
oh,
supposed
yeah.
to happen.
Yeah, not
Yeah, we all close our eyes
We
like
gotta-
someone opens
we gotta
one eye
take it
and it's
off.
like, wait, is this supposed to
What
do
do
something?
you mean? What do you mean?
I don't know. The Lich said she had something on there blocking her mind, so I guess everyone's searching Nasra real quick. I don't know.
She immediately locks onto the ring that she saw earlier. And says, sorry, Nazra, and she starts to pull the ring off.
Oh no, I didn't say rob her. I said we got to find the thing that's blocking.
Oh, we're getting sucked in.
Ah!
Oh, it's happening. Oh, God.
Oh, it's happening.
That's only
Oh.
if that was
Oh,
the right
shit,
thing.
it's
Otherwise,
happening.
we're just screaming.
Oh, look,
Wake
I
up!
popped the cork, guys. We're getting flushed away.
Yeah. So you pull the ring from her finger, and still nothing happens because, as Atrum said, you have to go back to the Lich.
Ah, I beat
Yeah.
you to it, Josh.
I
The,
forgot.
the rune circle already has someone in it. It doesn't need more than one person in it.
God damn it. It's just Soren's just kind of like, let's go back to the Lich for troubleshooting.
It really was such a like steps, laid out steps.
You know what?
That's
Talk
why-
to me.
Dude, I'm gonna go back in the stream because I asked like, what's going on? I don't understand the
Oh, no.
instructions.
It was laid out. We were there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just completely missed everything.
All
right.
God.
let's
All
get
right,
you all
listen, guys.
I've
guys,
out of
third
your
time's a
kumbaya
charm.
circle.
Third time's a charm.
Is it? I bet you that guy's like half formed by now.
I'm gonna slap his face when I get there. No.
Yeah, you slap
Yes,
the
slap.
Lich.
I will say to Atrum, your friends are very odd.
Yeah, this one's completely on them. I don't know what they were thinking in this. It's
You all are odd.
For my own sanity,
that's fair.
I'm gonna move y'all back over here.
Okay.
And Lich Friend explains to please have a seat so that he can send you on to go do the thing that you wanted to do.
Is that
I
that's
see.
definitely the first
We are
place we
now
came.
we're now doing the Inception shares. Gotcha.
Yes.
yes.
Go have a
It's
seat,
not a kumbaya. Go
motherfuckers.
sit down and take a nap.
You can
Go
sit
have a
wherever
seat.
you like. You can sit wherever you want, but you can't sit here.
Oh, before we leave that other room, well, not before,
Mhm.
but during while I was in there, could I have like sketched those runes into my notebook?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, that's why we were in there.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm talking about.
The other people that no one
Uh,
explain what the hell's going on. Except, hey, we got some shit
Everyone sit,
information from a
sit in
lady.
a fucking chair.
It's the worst drawing I've
It's a-
ever made.
It's a pretty rough drawing.
They said we were gonna
Anyway.
face our demons. I didn't realize it was
I
in
guess you could
stupidity.
say.
Damn it.
I guess you could say I ruined
Are
it.
you real? Jesus.
Chanting, chanting, chanting.
Get it? Get it?
Bada
Ruined it?
bing.
No.
Yes,
Oh,
we
we all
get
heard.
it. So,
It's-
as you all sit down around, facing yourselves out around the chairs,
oh,
you begin
cheers.
to hear, yes, chairs.
No,
You begin to
cheers.
hear the echoing chant of the Lich coming down the hall, and one by one, you begin to drift off to sleep. And then, as you open your eyes, you find all of you in a room. No visible floor, walls, or ceiling, just a gray fog extending in all directions. And in front of you, 8 doorways. Each of you standing in front of one. Nasra standing next to you all, staring into another. Carter. And a human figure. Probably mid to late 50s. Dark black hair going into grays. Staring into another. And each of you feel pull, if you will, towards the door in front of you. So I ask a question. Who among you is brave?
not the right question. Is who's you stupid?
And
Me-
Jerry's
I go
pretty
first.
brave.
Oh,
Absolutely, after everything we did.
Atrim goes first. Okay. Atrim was the first one to shout, so you all watch as
Yep.
Let's
he
get
reaches
this
his
over
hand
with.
out, grabs a hold of the handle of the door, pulls it open, and vanishes from sight. Now,
He follows.
okay. Each of you
I'll-
can still feel the pull towards your own door, but you are free to follow if you wish.
Oh
I ain't
yeah,
going
everyone
to
just
my
come.
fucking door. I ain't going to
introspect
my
on my
fucking
shit.
door.
Well, we're fucking splitting the parties a no-go, so yeah, I'll
Listen,
I'll-
Adam told me to send something, and I did not have time, so I'm not even sure what I'm about to see in here. So,
Okay.
We gotta follow Atrim, right?
So is
Also,
that
I'm
everyone?
sorry, Adam. Sorry, Adam, I never
Jerry
said
waits
anything.
until everybody
fine.
goes through, and then, not being able to resist, he goes through his door instead of Atrim's.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Attaboy.
Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna go for the majority first. Atrim, you open your door, and immediately this chamber is gone. And you find yourself in a room you're not familiar with. And then one by one, you can feel your companions arriving behind you. You look in, and you can see individuals also don't look familiar to you. But they share some features with you. You watch as, almost in the blink of an eye, years begin to pass. Time sailing by. You see a few brief moments where these people charge across battlefield, wander through open wastes, forests, the adventurer lifestyle. Everything that you are currently doing yourself, and it's almost fills you with this joy. And then darkness, as you begin to see battles lost, friends die, monsters and creatures they couldn't hope prevail against. And the two that look kind of like you, a man and a woman, come together and they begin a ritual. Not one you recognize, not one you've ever seen. But they drag a blade across their flesh, and the blood drops to the ground in a way that is far too familiar. As it strikes the ground, it ignites this runic circle underneath them. And from that, thing, a creature, a being, it's not a demon or an aberration that you would recognize. It is something. An eldritch abomination. And the time jumps again. Now, the people look much more familiar. As you begin sailing through years and decades of your family line, passing this gift, you see the adventures and the misadventures of all of those who have gone before you, all stained with the knowledge that this is not a gift. This had a cost. And all of you find yourselves in the capital of Tristram with little young Atrum running around castle, jumping over parapets, climbing where he never should have climbed, doing things that by all means no child has any reason to be doing. And he falls. He hits the ground a bit too hard. He scrapes his knee. And the blood that pours out erupts in flames. His mother and father come out. They gather him up. And your mother is always a much more kind-hearted person. She began tending to what she saw as, an injury. Your father standing behind her with just a look of pure disgust. Maybe you didn't see it at the time. Maybe you chose not to see it at the time, but you can see it clearly now. He resents everything that scorch mark on the earth represents. And within a few days, you all begin to see bags being packed. Travel rations gathered, and Atrum is sent off to join the Order of Aegis. It's a momentous occasion. Celebrated, fanfare, the whole time. Atrum's father just stares on. A few more years begin to flash by. Darkness takes over the land once again. It walks. Atrum, being a hunter, is out amongst them all, fighting to save his land. In Atrum, you feel that sharp realization once again, just as you did on that day. They're coming from Tristram. So you run. You put every ounce of energy into that, and you run. You fight your way to the capital. And Atrum, what do they all see as you step foot into the capital?
I guess as far as he would remember events going, he would see, I guess, in the main hall, if you will. And David, feel free to stop me at any point if I'm wrong, but would find the body of his sister.
You see, not quite.
Not quite.
You find your sister. It's in the Great Hall, or she's in the Great Hall.
Mm-hmm.
She's sitting. A large greatsword in her hand. You do, however, see sitting next to, or her sitting next to everyone else, strung up as Atrum remembers. You all watch as Atrum bursts into this great hall, and in a hastily done and yet clearly some effort was put towards presentation, if you will, a gallows. And I believe Atrum and V both can correct me on this, but I believe just one body swinging from said gallows. You all see the body of Atrum's mother, the one who cared, the one who tried her best. Just little boo-boos and cried when he was sent on his way. The only one who gave a shit. Swinging on a rope. Now, Atrum, I need you to go ahead and make a sanity save. However, you get a bonus for each person in here with you, which I believe is Astrid v. Soren at the moment.
Cool. Yeah. Told you, face my demons every day.
With a look of almost confusion. Almost, this isn't what I remember. Why do I remember it differently? Why did you shut that out? Did someone else change it? Are you shielding yourself from it? Why is it different? You rush forward just as you remember, and you take V up, and you begin to run out of the capital. As you leave the city streets of Tristram, all of you break forth back into that fog room.
Just standing there. Is my door still there, or is it gone now?
Still there, but you don't feel the pull to it anymore.
Just like standing there, staring at it, just a blank stare. And then just after a few moments, just kind of shake out of it. All right. Who's next?
Jury.
Where's Jury?
You find yourself in a place you remember far too well. Not even the specific place, but sensations, the feelings, the movement, fluid like dancing. Takes you back. You dance across the battlefield. Hammer swinging light as a feather, sending everyone in front of you flying. It never mattered how heavy the armor was, how big of a shield they carried, or how bright the light shone from their sword. They all fell. What you were made for, after all. You dance. A few moments go by. The exhaustion doesn't set in. You can see them faltering, their swings looking heavy, the sweat pouring off their brow. Humans. So weak. You look across, and you see your brother, Great Axe, practically singing as it carves through the air, as easily as it carves through bodies. It's what you were made for. As the carnage comes to a stop, Aspen sheaths his swords behind his back, walks forward. Good job, boys. Like that, another one down. Soon they'll all be gone. Time skips a bit. Memories flashing by in a haze of blood and movement. Now you're in a forest. Oh, hold on. You walk deeper into this forest, bee stalking along at your side. You know where you're going. You haven't been there, but you can feel Aspen there. And so you move forward, deep into the northern forest, until you come to a temple, secluded and somewhat broken down, an ancient temple. Walk inside, and he's not there. You can see destruction. The battle definitely took place. Some massive explosion of celestial energy ripped most of this place to pieces. And Aspen is nowhere to be found. A bit longer as you all look around and you begin to hear a voice in your head. Something that he's done before, but it sounds so different now. It sounds fuller, not weighed down by the bitterness of hate. And you turn to see a celestial being. But it looks so much like Daspin. But it looks so different than Daspin. On are scarred, blackened armor, blades dangling at his hips. He's in a way you've never seen him. He's wearing the regalia of your foe. He seems to have turned on you, turned on your brother. And he sends you off with a simple phrase: help them. And just like that, your identity almost changes on a dime. Everything about you flips like a switch. Now these people that you've been chasing, that one final marker on the table of vengeance, he's now all that you can think of. You want to help them. You have to help them. And you try. Both of you. You split and go your separate ways, hoping to cover more ground, hoping to keep up with these manic adventurers. And you're always one step behind. Never quite able to complete that purpose. Always rushing ahead, trying, and failing. Because helping is not what you were built for. Find yourself following their trail all the way to a little seaside town. And as you rest and recuperate for the night, cleaning yourself, preparing your arms and armor, you hear a commotion at the local church. You see a satyr get flung out the window. That's him. I can help him. You rush forward, and just as it is not in the nature of your programming, you can't help him. You watch as you run as fast as you can, You watch clubs descend on him by dozens of people, beating him to death. You step back. It's not safe. It's not worth it. Give away your position like that. He's gone. There's nothing you can do. The others come through, following the trail of these cultists. And you chase them. You try to join the fight. But by the time you get there, they've already slain this grand demon. And the fury, the anger, the frustration, that you don't even know how you feel, because that's not a part of you, but you can't deny it. The fury takes over, and maybe you can't help them. Maybe that's not within your power. But you know what is within your power? Death. And so, like a righteous, avenging angel, you bring death to all of Curiel. Every one of those cultists that dared to raise a club lie bleeding and crushed under your hammer. And with that, I would like you to go ahead and make a sanity saving throw. But you have no one here with you.
I believe that we confirmed my aura counts towards this.
Correct.
So then this will be +3.
18 is enough. As the darkness slowly rolls in around you, clouds that you remember from that day rolling in over top as the world ended. The last thing you went into the darkness with was the sound and the feel of bones crushing beneath your hammer. As you stumble forward and look up, see the rest of your party, just as Atrum says, "Wait, there's Dirty."
I apologize. I took a wrong turn.
There's literally like 5 doors in front of us, and we all went through. Okay, no, you're right. Easy to get lost. All right, who's next?
It
I'd
is
like to
worth.
go next. That's. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
I was just speaking up to go next, but you were saying.
Just that it is worth noting now, Jury and Atrum, you can both move freely. You're not pulled to your own door anymore.
You guys, sorry, my character voice. Will you stand by me as I face everything I've done?
Of course.
As long as you don't try to kill me again.
I don't know what I'm gonna see on the other side of this door. There are thousands upon thousands of years that I can't account for. Right. Okay. For Nasra. He steps forward to the door.
You all follow in?
Yes.
Yuri does follow this time.
Fuck you, Atrum.
I
Exactly.
can't be left alone. I cannot be left alone. I follow everyone because
Oh god, not again!
Yeah, I'll be the last one to go in this time. Just, so no one takes any more wrong turns.
You bastard.
Mm-hmm.
She is
Watch me.
pack animal.
She is pack
Right.
animal.
I'm ready.
You all step through the door, and for some time, all you see is blackness. You can feel the world around you. There is weight, there is movement, but there is nothing. And given your experiences elsewhere in these other two mini domains, mini worlds, if you will, there is no telling how much time passes here. And you start to see little pinpricks of light, little dots on the horizon. Other creatures appearing. They are not creatures that most of you are familiar with. And then you all take a moment to look as these lights fill up the sky, and you float through the void. Take a moment to look. Soren does not look like Soren. He wears a body that is perhaps a bit too familiar to some of you. Others wouldn't have a chance in all the hells of recognizing this spindly, strange creature. Let me see if I can actually pull up
I got
a
it.
picture for you all. Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I had a feeling I might need it, so.
Is it not? Okay.
If you're watching along at home, you can
There
tune
it
into our
is.
Discord. Did it in the media channel.
This one's letting me see it. I'm gonna go ahead and actually post it to the VTT, so that those watching along at home can see it. Many
Although, look at them
legs,
like
many legs, folded up into a purple drapery. It looks like a cloak, but it doesn't move. It sits still, like skin, like leathery skin, and deep set into all of it. Many fractaled, glowing lights.
cryptophobia warning.
Yeah. With that, you continue to sail through this unknown space. For gods only know how long. Few brief glimpses of terrible, terrible things, summonings, times that he's wreaked this unimaginable havoc on unsuspecting victims. Other times where a small voice just peeks into their ear, like a supplicant begging for power. But all of these things, what to each of you would be days or weeks at a time, flash by like just dust in the breeze against the eons that you spend in this time, in this place. And then it all comes crashing down. Finally, the word is given. The messages get sent to each of you that it's time the invasion can begin. And you come crashing to the material plane. fires roaring around you as you drop from space. Something goes wrong. Something didn't work. And you're dragged out of what was supposed to be your means of survival, or pod, if you will. The one thing that was supposed to keep you safe. Get dragged out by your broken limbs. Your physical form crushed. But the mind, ever working, flash through experimentation. Terrible, horrible things. You can feel your body being ripped into millions of shreds and then pieced back together. You can feel your mind being pulled away from you and another placed in its place. This small, young, elven boy. You can feel that boy's fear as he stares into the sky at this oncoming ball of fire. And you can feel the fear as it all goes dark. And then the mind is ripped away again, and your own is back in place. And this never-ending back and forth. And amidst it all, you can see just glimpses, just flashes of the reality around you. Wizards standing in a circle, chanting, crying, learning. And then there was Quark. Jury, a face all too familiar to your own. This elven boy, apparently normal on the outside, so tortured on the inside. Flashed through all of their adventures, learning under Hogarth. The warnings that he gave of the Spellweaver and the Fog and Syndicate and all of these things to avoid, and their trips through the forest, through the seas, the Inquisitors, finally coming into his own power, learning, growing. Not him, but everyone else around him. And with every one of them that died, a small piece of you went with them. And Quark ran. He retreated, and the world ended. You all begin to see this, its own little bubble, its own little demi-plane of safety. With just Quark and Carter. And then studying and learning and testing. And then Soren, ripped from the body of Quark. You can see the two of them working together, trying to find some way around the end of the world. But there's no way around it. It's in the past. There's only finding a way forward. And with that in mind, you all watch as Soren and Carter dive into the night. Soren, you would be so kind as to make a sanity save with an additional 4 from everyone around you.
Uh-oh.
You all find yourselves back in that fog-shrouded room. With one less person there.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Just look around. Not here.
Where
I
did he go?
don't know. I don't know. The Lich didn't tell us about this part. I don't know if we go back in or if Nazra's with us, right? Or Lyle, or whichever one it may be.
Nazra is standing where you all stood, staring at her own door.
Nazra
Unmoving,
hasn't moved.
unspeaking.
Ah. Oh shit. Well, we can't really leave him in there.
But Soren is fully gone. He's not in this circle room.
He is not in the circle room.
Right.
Or
Oh,
The-
yeah, I don't think
the
we're in.
metaphysical room
No,
that you're all
he's
in.
in
Yeah.
the he's.
Room.
We're not in the brain room.
Yeah.
Oh, the brain room.
You.
The fog room,
Yeah.
whichever you want.
I mean, I guess we go back in.
Okay. Who opens
I
the door?
reach out to Nazra.
V, you reach out to Nazra, and your body refuses to answer the call. Your arm does not move.
Oh no, I gotcha.
Right, everyone. Are we going?
Yes, we must help them.
Are V and
Nodding.
Astrid not moving?
Astrid will look to V and does she seem like she's moving?
She seems like she's trying.
Does Astrid seem like she's moving?
It's not that she's not. She was like, she's confused as to what's going on, and V doesn't look like she's. It looks like she's trying, but she can't. Right?
Correct.
Astrid will walk over and ask, "Do you need assistance?"
As you move to or try to make your
Yep,
way
there
to
it
V, you also find that you can't.
We haven't faced our demons.
The call is too strong. There is one direction you can move of your own accord.
Well then, I will turn to my door.
Before you
Wait.
do, Atrim, you said
Well, I once again, I'm the last one going in because I have a very good passive insight, and there's no way that Jerry just got off track. So I know that he didn't come with us.
He's a dumb boy. He got lost. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
in
totally.
this empty room of doors, he got lost. So yeah, I'm the last one going in every time at this point, since I can do that now because I'm free and all. So if they're not moving, then like standing there waiting for them to move and then realizing that they can't move, I'm just like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I think there comes a point where you and I share a look, and we're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, your face can't move, but we have the same look.
Maybe
So-
it would be best to go back for Soren after.
No, I mean, I feel like they probably can't go back because, I mean, I would imagine you felt it too. What with not coming with us and all, but I guess we gotta pick one of their doors then, and then
I would
go find Soren after.
say for both V and Astrid, this is not a new sensation.
Mhm.
This is And I mean,
Yeah, that's
you had
fair.
all felt it this whole time.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go through the door.
Fair enough.
Through your door?
Through her own door.
Oh
I
no!
shit.
will
Oh
go
no!
with Astrid.
Okay.
Yeah.
You accompany your
Wait,
sister.
wait, you're not going together? Oh.
It's two
Okay.
and two.
Fuck.
This is fine. This is
This
is exactly how I
Turn away,
expected this
just
to go.
like put my hand on his shoulder and give him a firm handshake of like, hey, this might be it. Shake and walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally how this was planned. Let's see.
Don't let her die or get trapped.
Astrid, evens or odds? Or high or low, you
Odd.
know, whichever.
I like high. I like high. I like high.
High, okay.
I always roll high.
So,
I always roll high.
oh wait.
I'm
I need
always
to make
low.
it- there we go. Okay, Astrid first. And Jury, you were going with them?
Well, I went
I
through
was going with
1d19.
Astrid, yeah.
Because if it was 1d20, it would be like 10 or above or 9 or below, and it just comes out weird. Okay. Jury. Astrid. Two of you step through and find yourselves in a familiar place. Lands of Uruk. Not in the darkness. Not in the night. You all see Astrid as a young girl running around with her tribe, thoroughly, each of them bearing the look of warriors. Well fit, well trained, weapons strapped to all of their sides. And you live through the years of training and learning and growing. You live through it all in black. They were a zealous tribe. Powerful tribe. One might even say touched by the gods. And they lived a good life. Game was always plentiful. As easy as a nomadic survivor lifestyle can be. Until, oh so suddenly, it wasn't. They fell into the darkness. Now, in the past, there had been protectors, if you will. Not only the gods, but tribes had gone to war previously with dragons and all sorts of creatures, and there were victors of those wars, and almost like tributes paid, if you will. And so there was always this net of safety. And suddenly it was gone. And so they fought. They lived off the land, chasing down monsters and being the best protectors that they could until the world fell. The undead walked, and the lands became chaos. Slowly, one by one, you watch as each and every one of her tribe begin to fall. Numbers dwindling to almost nothing. You see Astrid being sent away, ostensibly under the guise of pilgrimage. Go, learn, come back a great warrior, Astrid, what you couldn't see then and what you see now as you watch yourself leave, you see the faces of all of those who stayed behind. And you see the certainty, that oh so familiar face of someone ready to die in battle. You realize they sent you not just to learn, but to survive, because they knew that they wouldn't. You all follow as young Astrid wanders the land alone, training and trying. You watch as she returns. Nothingness. Nothing but a pool of water, blessed by her people, blessed by a final sacrifice, and a predator waiting in the wing. With that, Astrid, please make a sanity saving throw with a +1.
Plus the aura?
Yes, because Jerry went with you, so a +4. The aura would also apply to yours, Soren, but that's
I think I got what's the lowest?
Yay.
Roll?
it's pretty much that.
No, no,
Wait,
Oh,
I meant like,
wait.
is it actually a -1 or like what's the lowest?
I mean, it depends on how
Oh yeah, you
far your
I
negative
have-
stack. I think it can go up to a -4.
I have one rebuff.
That means I rolled a 6.
Rebuff.
Give it a try.
Okay. Am I alone? Or rather,
No.
do I know that I'm alone?
No, you have Jerry there.
Okay. Never mind then. Because I have fanatical focus, but it only works if I'm raging.
And if you were alone, you would definitely be raging.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that, Jerry, you feel yourself forcefully shunted back into the fog room. As we return to V and Atrum.
Damn you.
Oh, James, why did you have to go with V?
You had to go in the door, didn't you? You had to go in the door.
Let's see what let's see what
I'm here.
lies that you have been spreading.
I mean, would it be out of character? Wouldn't it be out of character for him to not follow his sister into the door?
It would be very out of character.
Jerry bodyguard. I've had Jerry bodyguard twice now.
Listen, I knew the lonely person had someone with her, so naturally I would go with you.
You bastard.
You all find yourself in a familiar scene. Just a reliving of your childhood for a bit. V, always the eldest daughter, but Atrum, the heir. So she was left to her own devices almost. Always free-spirited and enjoying life. Until that day that Atrum fell and got sent away. And with that, Atrum, suddenly you're bearing witness to things that you don't remember. You see the almost bordering on brutal training and preparation, as V doesn't have as much time now, as if she had been preparing for this her whole life. Pushing and learning and growing and being groomed into an heir. She was good at it. Excellent, almost. She had a caring heart, but a warrior's mind, and she knew when to apply them both. It was good for a while. Even your father, for some time, started to show an interest. And you all see as V meets a man. He goes under the guise of a merchant, but they fall in love, and your father is furious. How could she? How could she marry below her station? The rants go on for a couple of days. Finally, it comes out that he is in fact a noble from a faraway land. The suspicions kick in. Why is he here? Is he a spy? What's happening? But he's a noble, so it must be fine. She has a few years of happiness, learning and growing and sharing love with her husband. And then their first child. But you see a man, an older man, robed and cloaked and hobbling forward. And he begins to scream and curse and speak of ill tidings. Curse on your bloodline, a curse on your father, a curse on your family and on your country. Time goes on. More kids, more joy. And then you find yourself sitting in a study with your father. You remember this, V, probably a bit too clearly. But Atrum, you watch as your father explains that he's found someone else who can help them more than his people ever could. Speaks of a syndicate. People that can grant power, wealth, and prestige beyond your wildest dreams. It sounds good for a while. You watch as your father rampages across the country, just a little bit, destroying churches and removing symbols and just clearing the way, as it were. And, well, he has a warrior's mind. What could go wrong? She rides at his side. For a few years more, things go well. Money pours in. Adoration from the people. Prestige of your name skyrockets. And V sits and has a conversation with her father as things go a little haywire. The elite troops that he's created have formed this brigade around the capital. Everything seems to have shifted on a dime, and he begins to speak of the end of the world. It's okay. We'll be fine. They just require one more thing from you, V. 1,000 souls. Bring us that, and we'll survive. And so, like a good daughter, she marches. Atrum, you watch on as V rides down her countrymen. Black Rose soldiers marching behind her, slaughtering. As the battle comes to a close, V has taken a few injuries. She returns to the capital, to find her father waiting with open arms, pulling her in. Holding her tight as the Black Rose soldiers turn and begin driving their blades into her back. He stops them. No. I need her alive. And now broken, injured, and bleeding, he drags her to those gallows where your mother already swings. Sets her on a podium, raises a sword, and for a time there is darkness. No pain, no sounds, just darkness. And then the footfalls, clank of armor. Shouldn't be. Why can you hear? Why can you feel? Why is there pain? Someone brushes up against you, and in an instinct, in an animalistic rage, you lash out. The great sword in your hand. You hear another sound, and not knowing what is happening, not knowing who is around you, not knowing anything but pain, you charge. Atrum, you can feel almost as if you were in that body. You can feel the heavy weight of the sword in your hand, the resistance of flesh as it carves through. And then suddenly the shambling sounds. Not in front of you, not threatening, but following. As your undead sister marches through all of Tristram, exacting her vengeance. B, if you could please make a sanity saving throw with a +1.
15.
15 succeeds. Barely. Both of you are ejected back into the room. Jury, Atrum, and V now faced with Soren, Astrid, and Nasra all locked away.
Well, I'm glad to see that we are the sane ones.
Are we?
Just gonna look up at Jerry and like glance back towards V. And then just look forward, and I'm gonna head for Astrid's door.
me go. I don't
Hey,
follow.
thanks, Weiner. I like it. I'm very proud. Thank you. Okay. So as you follow to Astrid's door, now I am going to metaphorically turn the chair over to Chris. Chris, you
Yes.
failing your sanity save, locked in your memories. Your friends follow you through it all and then are gone. What happened?
So, question: how liberal am I allowed to be with what's happening?
Given the current scenario, you are in my seat.
All right.
Oh god, we're gonna die.
I know. So, there is just this empty darkness. You can see in it. You can see each other. It's Jury, Atrum, and V, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can just see a small little girl, dark hair with several markings on her face, kind of just the knees up, pulled close towards her, and she's shivering. There is an axe and a hammer. Very small. Definitely made for a child, sitting next to her, like one on both sides. And that's all you see.
Are we like, this time are we here, or is it still just like a viewing setting as the others were?
You're here.
Okay. Would I be familiar with this little girl?
You've definitely seen her before. You've actually seen the hammer too. You may have not talked to her directly, but it's the same hammer that the blacksmith that you knew quite well gave her to practice. The axe, on the other hand, is kind of just this. I said axe, but it's more like a hatchet. And very, it's definitely like a throwing hatchet, meant for a small child. So almost miniature, yeah. She herself looks like she needs two hands to even like lift it or hold it.
Yeah, gonna walk up and kneel next to her. Is she responsive?
As you start walking towards her, you begin hearing these muttering voices. Kill them. Kill them all. Every last one of them. They all have to be destroyed. They all have to die. It's the only way to save everyone. They have to be saved. Kill everyone. And there's another voice. Yes! If we kill them all, they'll come back. They'll all come back to us. We have to destroy. We have to make the darkness go away. Kill them. And as Atrum was approaching, Jury and V could probably see a little better. There's just these two sets of glowing eyes, and you immediately realize that they are draconic in nature. They're in the darkness to the sides of her, but they're not like next to her.
And you said there's two sets,
Yes.
so there's two. Okay, on like flanking her.
Yeah,
essentially?
exactly.
Okay.
Look at
I
your-
would. Yeah, I'll look back at V. What is happening?
Atrum, you approached the little girl.
Yep.
She looks up at you and trembling, she says, I'm scared.
I would assume I noticed the eyes as well.
You would after, actually looking around.
Notice them, but kind of like give them no attention kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing as I would assume she looks terrified.
Yes.
Okay. Instead of going to a knee, I'm gonna go into like a crisscross sitting in front of her. And say, and what is it that you're scared of?
I don't want to be alone anymore. Not strong enough. Not strong enough. Train. You need to go back to training. Yes, training. They need to know that you are strong enough.
Why do you torment this little girl? What are you doing here? Who are you?
Who are we? We are her ancestors, child. Yes, we brought them their power. As a large claw steps out of this darkness, and a gold dragon steps forth. We have brought the sons of Odin their power. They must use it. They must gather. They must kill this evil that rots this place. Kill everything. And then a silver dragon steps out. Yes, they were given the blessings of Odin. They know battle. They must use it. And the small girl... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, then if they are given this power and expected these things, why not assist them, train them, instead of mocking her and terrifying her, who are of no help?
Yeah. Why is that, son of Odin? Yes, why is that, son of Odin? And she looks down at the two weapons before her, and she picks up the hammer. I just want to make things. I don't want to hurt anyone, I just want to make things. Foolish child, training comes first. Yes, we must help you. As a large silver claw starts moving towards her, reaching out as if to grab her.
Jerry will.
I was gonna say, being right there, I would assume she's not that she doesn't notice, but she's not paying attention to that per se.
She is, and she's horrified, but she can't. But she can't move. She won't move. She's terrified.
I'm gonna reach out a hand to her and say, listen, if there's anything that I've learned in the past, 2 minutes, it's that apparently what some see as blessings can also be considered curses. And what it really comes down to is how you decide to use it. As I'm gonna, gesture towards the hammer. And if the claw continues, then trying to sway her to move away, but if it gets too close, then gonna grab, tuck, and roll out of the way.
Yeah, as the claw comes forward, Jerry would eyes kind of flash red for a minute and put a hand out towards the two and say, "Do not touch her," and he'll cast Bane on them both.
The silver claw just stops and turns towards you. Or rather, the head of the silver dragon turns towards you. Do you not wish for this place to be rid of the darkness?
I wish for all darkness to be vanquished. But this is not the way.
Tell that to them. As the gold dragon now points a claw out to behind all of you. And there is a sea of bodies. As the darkness slowly begins to fade away, there's just a very primitive camp site. I say primitive, it's more like it's not structured or modernized or anything like that. All of the tents and weapons and objects are all crudely made, as if used only for the purpose of use, and that is it. And there's
there's along the grassy bed of these bodies are just everywhere, and they're both human and dark creatures of the night, ghouls, gargoyles, just all sorts of creatures that you could assume came from whatever thing happened to the place that they live in.
Do you hear them? Do you hear them, son of Odin?
And everyone begins to hear,
Avenge us. Avenge us, son of Odin. Survive and avenge us. Will you help her grow stronger? Will this hammer help her grow into the warrior we need? Will it save them to make things? Pick up
Jerry
the axe,
will-
girl.
As the dragon says, pick up the axe, girl, Jerry will kind of flip his hammer over in his hands and say, anything can be used for good or evil. I will help you, whichever you choose, but the choice is yours, not theirs.
Astrid slowly stands and she picks up both the axe and the hammer. And she looks back towards the two dragons.
I will make whatever it is I choose to make. You are gone. I can't help you anymore. I must walk forward on path.
And she'll look back to Atrim.
Will you save my home?
He'll nod and say, I promise you I will.
And I will go with you. For as long as it takes.
The dragons, as she's looking away, the dragons look to you, Jury, and they kind of lower their head in submission and recognition and thanks.
he'll kind of lower his hammer a little bit and give a curt nod to both of them in a show of respect.
Do we see a door anywhere?
Do they see a door?
Well, now we have to try and overcome all of it.
Yay!
So,
Hey, yo.
On trauma.
in terms of a skill check, I would argue
Mm-hmm.
and this is more geared towards Astrid, so feel free to weigh in or correct.
Yep.
I would argue a persuasion check from Atrum for the promise of saving their people. Now from Jury, I would also argue the same thing, but you can't double up on the same skill in a
You could
check
do
like this.
intimidation.
Okay, I can get behind an intimidation check.
I would argue advantage for at least one of them because of the cool RP that just happened.
That's where we're going with all of this. V.
Hi.
I feel like I know why. I feel like V was a bit too in her own mind during all of that.
Yeah.
Because V just went through some shit. So I'm gonna, unless you have something to offer, I'm gonna say a persuasion from Atrum and an intimidation from Jury. And Astrid, their results will affect your check from here.
Just straight rolls?
No, that was excellent. I'll say advantage for both.
Oh, I'm not a persuasive person. Josh, you roll first. I'm scared.
I am rather intimidating, not super intimidating, but enough.
I'm not trying to fight dragons right now.
Oh, that's good. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
you shouldn't have gone first.
Natural 19. Wow. All right, now.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Another natural 19.
There you go.
So, with the successes,
Wait. What does V have anything?
No,
no, I do not.
she's
Okay.
useless.
But
Oh,
you're only
boy.
gonna
I love
say
you, David.
anything.
Atrum and V, you've got some shit to
Oh,
go
yeah, there's gonna
over.
be some shit going on.
We've got stuff to do
Uh-oh.
first. Can't worry about it right now. Mission comes first.
Okay,
Mission first.
so
Oh, but I'm gonna fucking get you.
a
No,
success
you're not.
on
You
this
did that to yourself.
I'm gonna fucking
is going to
get
be
you.
a +2 from each success. And Astrid, can roll me a check of your choice and give a reason as to why with advantage. How is Astrid escaping from this?
Okay. I would still say it's a sanity check.
Mhm.
And it's mostly because so the fear that she has of being alone with no one around, it was not from like the loneliness so much as the voices.
Yeah.
They start getting louder and louder, and they all just keep screaming at her to just like kill everything around you. Doesn't matter what it is, just kill it anyways. It's the only way to be sure.
Someone push Jury closer.
Just like nudge Jerry forward a little bit.
I would absolutely allow that because Jerry, you are well aware of your aura. So if you would like to move closer for this, I would allow that 100%.
Yeah, the
Just can we
bow
all
wasn't actually
awkwardly
a bow; it was a step
hug
forward.
little Astrid.
That's V's contribution to this is she
Yeah.
just walks behind Jerry and shoves him forward.
Yeah,
Get in there. You
Go
got
hug her.
this, champ.
He needs a hug. That's all I know. I'm not the one to
Um,
do it, but you need a hug.
That said, I don't know what else you would like out of that. To me, it's just a straight sanity roll.
Yeah.
Either way.
It'll be with advantage.
Mhm.
+2 plus Jerry's aura. So it's at advantage +7. I have confidence
Cool.
in this.
Cool. 13.
My God.
Oh,
Hey, I tried, guys.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. You did.
She begins, all of you gathering around her, kind of lifting her up, trying to bring that support in the hands of all of those people that had been pushing in from the darkness around, chanting, "Avenge us, avenge us, avenge us." They swarm and they begin clawing and grabbing, pulling her back. They need her. They must keep her. B.
I kneeled down to her. Don't let the past define your actions now. You are stronger than them. You will become better, but you are already great. Don't let your past haunt you. It's not a life worth living.
I'm gonna ask your choice as you give her this speech, pulled very much from your own experiences. I'm gonna ask for either an athletics or an acrobatics check to pull her free.
Come on. No pickles, no pickles, no pickles.
Thank God. Because from a 13 with the additional +2 brings you to the DC of 15. As Astrid, you feel V pulling you in this bear hug of acceptance and guidance as best as she can. She pulls you in, and all three of them, hands on you, lifting you out of this darkness. They pull you free of the hands that grasp, and you all find yourself back into the room.
Okay, that was a little too close.
All right, 2 more to go.
Can I make
Don't you
one
worry, guys.
small change?
Mm-hmm.
Can I change one of the axes into a mace?
You absolutely fucking can.
I think it's a mace. Whichever one's the D8.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's a mace.
Isn't it a Warhammer? Well, no, Warhammer is versatile.
Warhammer's versatile, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, wait, no. That is what I was looking for. It is Warhammer.
Oh,
Because
Because you'd have battle axe and Warhammer, yeah.
yeah.
oh, okay. There you go. The potential D10s.
And
Yep.
We pop out. We're good.
yeah. Where to
Bye,
next?
guys.
We
No,
made
no, he
it.
meant
over
leave,
at
like,
Jerry and
totally,
be like,
so.
Oh boy.
Glance over at Jury like, I told you not to lose her.
You had one job.
One job.
You are correct. I am sorry.
It's fine. We got 2 more to go. Oh fuck, Soren scares me, man. He already tried to kill me once, but I guess let's go. Astrid, are you okay? You good?
I am the daughter of Odin. I won't let the past stop me here. Let us save our
Inspiring.
friends.
I think Soren probably first. We will need his assistance to deal with
Yeah, Najra's been in there for a
whatever.
while.
Yeah.
All right. Give a knock on Soren's door, then just say I'm just kidding and walk in.
You hear a voice from the other side that says, "Who's there?"
Is there? Well.
Nope, not
Decent.
going in there. Not going in there. Nope.
You see a bunch
Nope,
of
nope,
those
nope, nope.
star. You see a bunch of those star spawn's feet come out from under the underside of the door and start like scratching at the underside of the door.
Who is it?
It's just the
This is-
cat. It's just the cat.
Just a cat after all. We're okay.
The star spawn cat is that thing from Captain Marvel with like the tentacles that comes out of its mouth.
Oh God.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I'm sure you all expected the drill by now. Soren, chair is yours.
Oh boy, cracks knuckles, opens up document I haven't been saving for an occasion I expected might have come.
All right,
up
I
at some
kill
point.
everything inside because that's how I know to solve solve problems. All right,
That's how we
I-
solve problems.
But yeah, as you walk into the door, it is dark once again, and you feel the feeling you felt the first time as you walked inside. And surrounding you is bright cyan. It doesn't make sense. There are floating rocks and confusing architecture or geography. It's the Far Realms. You're standing in the Far Realms. And just at the edge of your vision, you see that form that Soren took once. Is my volume good, by the way?
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See that form that Soren took once before. And for the simplicity, I will refer to, he doesn't have a name. I will be referring to him as Soren, so you know who I'm talking about. There appears to be something else standing, or floating rather, next to him. A very bright, almost blinding and alluring purple-colored fire. A flame, almost a wisp. And it seems to be speaking to him. It is speaking in Abyssal, but strangely enough, within this vision of sorts, you can kind of make out or understand what's going on. You understand your role, then? I do. Your Majesty. You are to accompany the invasion as my emissary, to ensure the destruction of the material plane, under the rule of the Violet Flame, Yichak. Yes, it shall all go as the pawns you have described. Good. Travel there with the invasion. Blend in amongst the ranks, amongst your peers, the other emissaries set forth to the material plane. Accomplish this goal by any means necessary. Oh, and remember, my dear Spawn. Yes, destruction is the nature of the universe. It begets creation, which begets destruction. And so the cycle continues, again and again. A conversation between Soren and Yichak the Elder Evil, the Violet Flame, and an Elder Evil of destruction for the sake of creation, which, if you ask me, is wildly appropriate to the last campaign. The scene starts to blend as you recognize from before one of the visions where Soren crashed down. You see several of the instances again where Soren was summoned by cultists, by maddened people, by wrong place at the wrong time, and came down as a star spawn to wreak havoc amongst innocent lives and people that, again, were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You fast forward a little bit further past his creation as Quark, to see him sitting in a bed as a young little elf boy. And Hogarth is telling him a story. Story of the Spellweaver. I'm not going to tell the entire story, but if you'd like, I'll post it somewhere afterwards, maybe so the audience can see. But effectively, it's a bedtime story that Hogarth used to tell to Quark to kind of keep him in check, so to say. A very traumatizing story looking back at it, but it kind of kept him from wandering too far from the tower. Threats of some sort of mysterious entity that just lurked in the woods, causing a very large fog to roll in and taking people that were traveling through the night. It only seemed like a mile or two, but it always illusioned itself to make it last a little bit longer. Quark encountered this entity once, but he ran screaming in the other direction until he found Hogarth back at the tower. The only thing left behind him in the fog, an eerie picture of what looks to be some sort of flower? Question mark. Fast forwarding again, we see Hogarth selecting a familiar for Quark in the Fey realm. A little sprite of light of sorts floats towards him in the form of a bat, and he seems to cast a sort of spell on it. This is where Fred comes from. But we move back to much darker things. We see Soren inside of Quark's mind during the previous campaign attempting to manipulate him in subtle ways. What to do, it's unclear, but it doesn't seem great. And it seems to spark great fear inside of Quark. Something that's eking away at him and scratching at the back of his brain, causing him to doubt himself, to make irrational decisions, to lead to the deaths of some of his friends. You hear a Starspawn voice again, whispering to Soren. You're not strong enough. Come back to the Far Realm. You could be powerful. You'll be safe. You have to worry about expiring, saving these petty mortal lives. Oh. Easy. Why do you stay here? And as he's whispering these little truths into Soren's ear, you see a bit of a montage of ever since Soren came to existence, all of the insecurities that had been put into him. When he first woke up, and one of the first things Carter did to him was brandish a tattoo on his forehead that said "Not Quark" with a very despondent face, and he never gave him the light of day. You see Madame Lavina from the forest passing by him on her way back to her residence, making a passing statement of that he was an abomination, and she didn't care enough to do the mercy of taking him apart. The people of Rurik in V's in Atrium's home country, making passing, wandering glances as they looked at him, as if they knew something was wrong and they dare not associate with someone like him. Even the carnies at the carnival where John came from seem to look at him in some sort of aversive glare. Soren begins to slip. He thinks he's by himself, that he is the monster that everyone seems to think him to be, that he'll never be enough and he'll constantly be fighting for the rest of his life to prove that he's something that he's not. And you just see him there with all of these kind of visions encircling him, drawing him down, taking him deeper, to something glowing in his pocket. His totem. This broken totem back home, to the Far Realms, where it's safe, and he'll never have to worry again. And he's just laying there. Yeah.
Astrid will approach Soren, lying there. Are these visions like in front of him, kind of playing out, or is it just like, or we
They're
can
like,
just see him?
you saw the visions, and now kind of like a bad like cartoon, they're like floating heads circling around him, shouting the same words at him.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Just gonna walk over and kind of lightly move him, like push on him. Soren, wake.
I can't. I'll get hurt again. I'll always mess up.
When have you messed up?
I almost hurt Atrum. I almost killed all of them. I killed all those people. I failed my mission. I failed Quark. I failed all of you at the carnival. I go back to doing what I know best. Is it even
Who
worth
are
it?
you?
You hear the voices around his head again. You're a star spawn. You're in service to Her Majesty.
What is your name?
You hear the words Quark, you hear the words SP, you hear all these other names come out, but Soren looks like he's trying to say something. But he needs help.
Jury will come up on the other side of Soren, where Astrid, or opposite of Astrid, and almost violently grab his arm and like kind of give a little jerk, and more so to like to attempt to like shake him out of it, because then like assuming that Soren like turns his head at all, he just sees the blank stare of Jerry back in his face, and in a very ever calm voice, Soren, I have known a few forms of you now, or alternate forms, and there is nothing wrong with you. Nothing at all. We're here to help you.
Help. Help. You see a different vision starting to float around his head. These other visions start to fade and move back to let something else in. You see the moment he crashed into the material plane, and you see him start to pull a little to the left, narrowly missing, eviscerating the original Quark completely. He changed his own trajectory. You see the time where Quark ran out into the woods after learning about Tako's death, and you see Soren actively holding Quark back and preventing him from doing something that would have resulted in his destruction. You actually see Soren influence many decisions throughout Quark's life, because as it turns out, Quark is a little bit of a numbnut and will believe everything everyone tells him because he's a gullible fuck whose only conscience was a star spawn in the back of his head. You see the star spawn influence many things, and you see him save people back at Halvrest Manor, back at the carnival. You see the positive side, everything that Soren hopes to be. A conversation between himself and Magnus Clark, as well as Nazra, where he discovered that he knows that the destruction is irreversible, but he wants to help those people however he can, help them cope with whatever they're doing. 1 second. I'm in Mr. Yes, Adam. Soren's. The room in Hogarth's tower is his bedroom.
Trying to pop maps along as we go.
Hold on, I recognize this room.
Yeah, shut up.
This is the room that is fucking huge.
Yeah.
As you as all those new memories flash in front of you, Jury, instead of how he had a harsh grip on your arm to kind of shake you to conscious, or not shake you to consciousness, you're conscious, but shake you out of it. He slackens and just continues to look at you and say, look at all the wonderful things that you have done throughout your life. Don't discount them, as they have meaning. You have made all these decisions every step of the way.
You see him take a deep breath in and out as he kind of puts a hand on where you're grabbing him and like holds himself up. Thank you, Jurgen. Jurgen, oh god, oh no! You know what? Fuck it. Canon. Jury is standing there, but from and I hope this isn't offensive, but from Soren's point of view, it's almost like seeing some of his old friends come back to help him. Yes, Chris knows this room. But he says thank you, Jurgen, and like the camera switches perspective, and he actually does see all of his old friends standing there. But then it switches back, and he tells Jury, "Thank you too, Jury. I believe there's something I need to do." And he turns his head to Yichok and says, "I'm sorry. I can no longer be your emissary. I can no longer carry out your will. Things have changed. Destruction is still necessary. Creation is what begets afterwards. And since I can no longer assist with the former, I think it's time I started assisting with the latter. Then go. I'm no longer bound you to my service. Keep whatever you have. I've got countless more spawn to replace you. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting? Go." You see Hogarth say, "To the son I never knew I had. Be a good older brother. Take the lessons I've taught you and forget them. They're probably horrible. Be better than me." Then Quark. "You know, we used to be one person, and we were content with that. But deep down, we always knew it would have been better to right the wrongs of our father, the things he bore before us. In a way, we kind of created each other and restored what was lost. And look, I knew you'd find the right people. I believe in you, and I know you can make yourself whole again. Now, get the heck out of here." Jury, Astrid, V, Atrum. I think I'm finally okay with asking for a little help here. Will you lead me out of the darkness so that we can find our friend?
We're all here, ready to help.
Hey. I'm gonna make some rolls now.
Astrid, like shakes you a little bit. What is your name?
Soren. Soren Magister.
What does this do? As she puts the warhammer now in front of you.
Not the time, but okay. Let's do this now.
Oh no. Oh.
Yo, Adam, what does it do?
Oh, that's a good question. Seems to have the same bits of information that it had last time you checked, because it's not an identify spell.
He puts his hand on your shoulder, says, "I can tell you exactly the same stuff I told you last time, but I've got a few things I gotta identify, so when we get a chance to breathe, I will tell you exactly what this thing does."
Astrid immediately smiles. Yes, you are Soren.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Well then. What are we
Said I'm
rolling,
allowed-
friends?
You said I'm allowed to make this whatever check I want?
For you, but first we need to
Okay.
establish if you have any bonuses.
Okay.
I don't know what it would be, but Astrid was essentially trying to remind Soren that all she knows about him is that he's Soren, and that's it. He's just
That's
Soren.
all he wants people to know. If people look at him and all they glean is that he's Soren and not some sort of abomination that should be avoided, then that's enough for him.
So, I'm gonna get a little bit metaphysical here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of grounding, right? Which, not in a physical sense, but in a mental sense, I would probably call that a medicine check.
Okay.
Because, like, you know, therapy is kind of medicine. Just a different type of medicine.
Medicinal.
Medicinal.
Medicinal. Okay.
You know?
I would like to imagine Astrid's just like, yep, you're you. Yep. You,
Yep, you're still here.
That's still
Guess
the
what?
guy I don't know very well.
guess what, buddy? You didn't stop being the person you
Yeah.
were.
Crazy.
Okay.
Jury will.
Intimidate me again?
I had considered it, but I think this is more of a persuasion to convince
Yours
you.
was the athletics one to snap him out of it.
Yeah, I
Where
mean,
you're yanking him.
I considered that too.
Thinking.
But I was thinking more persuasion.
Okay.
Boom.
I know exactly how
Hell
Astrid
yeah.
was.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Watch me still fail.
Don't worry, I've
I
got the
believe in
backup.
myself.
That's why you have
Number
a
big.
minus.
Number big. V and Atrum.
Oh, I've got the backup in case it doesn't work. Presumably, as V did last time.
Fair enough.
I had this is what it is.
Double persuade, so
Wait,
I
let me go
just
put it in
added
the-
on to Jerry's.
There it is. That's Astrid.
Okay. Well then, with a with a +2 from each of them, and Jury's aura, despite everything, it's still you. Soren, go ahead and make a skill check of your choosing. Explain to me why.
A skill
Mm.
check or a saving throw?
I mean, what do you think is the most appropriate here? What is Soren attempting to do to escape the dark depths of his mind?
Far realms. I've been running away for so long. And the Starspawn part of me. I don't want to be scared of it anymore. After all, like you've just told me, it's still me. I need to learn to accept who I am, and I've already accepted part of that. But I can't deny where I've come from any longer. Or else that might overshadow me someday. Oh, my headphones are about to go out. Give me a second.
Stunky.
This map was brought to you
Donkey.
by.
I'm back.
This
think
map was
Adam-
brought to you by me, but
Yeah.
from a completely different module, and I
This
just
was the one
happened to
where I
have it
almost
in the
died.
background.
I almost died
Yeah.
to a literal half-rape wizard.
There you go.
I'd have to call this a sort of wisdom save, I think. Much as I'd want to make it charisma, I can't really finagle that.
Okay. And roll
Do I
that
get
with.
advantage on this?
You do have advantage, and a total of +7 from all the nonsense going on around you.
All right, so hold on.
Yeah.
That's a 19. That's a 26.
26 is more than enough as you all look towards the end
Ooh,
of
can
the
I be
room.
symbolic real quick?
Can you do what?
Can I be symbolic?
Always.
While trying to leave, he sees like the ghostly visage of his Starspawn form, and he instead of like rejecting it, like this phantom version of who he used to be, he like metaphorically like walks into it as if he's accepting that old body he used to have. As if like he's like, okay, it's not terrifying, but it's me. It's who I used to be, and I will learn to like this. And yeah, go forward with whatever you're about to say.
You look towards the end of the room and find that the door that was not there a moment ago has returned. You can all leave back to the fog chamber once more.
Thank you, friends.
I fear we have the hardest task ahead of us.
Yeah.
Why is this?
We still need to get Nazra. And
Why would this
I-
be difficult?
He's been in this the longest.
We also know.
We don't really know what the fuck's going on in her mind. Everyone else is like iffy, but her, yeah, not a lot.
Also hope
This is true.
that lore drop, that fat lore.
If she is most difficult, then it is good that we have strongest people for job.
Exactly. All together.
One for all.
Tally ho.
And off we go.
Can I bring friend
See
with
the
me?
wizard.
Yay!
And for
Can I bring my weapons?
sure, they're basically your familiar. And for probably the last time tonight,
Boy.
I turn over the chair one more time to Connor.
Okay.
Hi, Connor.
Hi guys.
It's nice to have
Been a
you back.
Boy.
Who is this person? I've never seen them before. Who is Connor?
Hi, so I'm the new player to this campaign. My name is Conway, or otherwise known as Connor in real life. I'm gonna be playing
I
this
only
totally
know
new.
Conathan.
I know a Connor.
Oh boy.
Let's see what disturbing shit you have for us.
How do we
So, as you first enter the doorway, everything is just complete darkness. And as you continue to march forward looking for anything, you see what looks to be almost looks to be like a pane of glass, but as it floats around and floats by you, you see in this like broken pane of glass a little girl, a tiny drow girl running around with possibly some other siblings, other local children, but you can't get a good look because this piece of glass seems to be broken and you only see part of the picture. More of these panes of glass sort of float by as you see another figure, possibly a mother, a guardian, but you can't make out her face, you can't see anything, you just see her reach down for this drow girl as the pane floats away. You see the girl, you just see the girl standing by a burning house, a hand stuck outside of it, as if the house had collapsed onto the person that the arm belonged to. And again, the pane of glass floats by. You see the girl again sitting, crying in a corner in a new house. You see another young drow coming over to comfort her, but as soon as that pane of glass floats away, you see another where the two of them are out in a field of some kind and arms reaching around the one girl and a dagger being driven into the heart of the other little drow as that pane of glass floats away as well. And as these panes of glass float by, you just see fragments of childhood, just images here and there of things. You don't get any sort of complete picture, but as you pass that moment where the arms reached around the drow girl and pulled her away, you start seeing things in more clarity. More of a scene is built up around as you see that little girl being as you see that drow being chained to a table. You see a figure walking around her, pressing needles into her arms at various points. You see her screaming in intense pain. You watch as he begins to slice into her with scalpels, adding more, stabbing her again and again with these needles, seemingly keeping her awake forcibly, but not providing any antidote to the pain that she is feeling as he continues to cut away at her body, testing, poking, prodding, injecting weird substances into her, withdrawing samples of blood or tissue to be tested. And you see him then stop and pause to do some sort of test, you see him throwing acid on her, seeing how it reacts and noting it down in a notebook. You see various other experiments being done on this girl, as again, all he does is just continue writing it down in his notebook. Eventually, as you keep walking, you see her chained to a new table, but seemingly in the same area, her struggling against the chains, arms just raw from the struggle against these chains. Again, needles being pushed into her, keeping her awake, as you see that she is not being chained down alone. And next to her is this demon figure. Those of you who would know demons would recognize it as a succubus, being chained up to another table right next to her. A similar situation as she's struggling against her chains as well. You see this man push a tube through both of their arms as blood or ichor, whatever runs through the veins of a succubus, begins to move through the tube and into the drow's body as she begins to scream in agony, and her body begins to bubble and boil at the introduction of this substance, as the succubus also begins screaming, with the figure now digging into her as well, pulling out organs from the succubus and implanting them in the drow. You see all of these weird these enchantments being put over her, being put over the succubus, seemingly transferring essence or energy. All of these experiments being carried out until eventually you reach another area of darkness. As you continue to walk on, a new scene appears. This time she's chained with her hands above her head, but she just doesn't have the energy to struggle at all. As she has her hands chained above her head, she's actually hanging from something. And as you begin to look around and get a better view and understanding of what's happening, you see this vat of this weird red sludge like liquid below her, as she's eventually dropped into that tank, as she sinks into it like it's honey almost, as she is pulled down by the chains on her legs. Eventually she's completely immersed in it and is trying to hold her breath for as long as possible, but eventually she just can't and opens her mouth to gasp for air, but just breathes in this red sludge as it fills her lungs and fills her throat and fills her mouth, and she begins drowning on this sludge as she now begins convulsing and struggling against it, and seemingly not dying though, just drowning constantly, all the while that figure still standing to the side, taking notes. As she remains there for a while longer, eventually she is lifted out of the vat and darkness falls on her once again. As her body begins as the darkness starts to fade, you see another image. Now she is on the table one last time as you see them. You can't see what they're actually doing, but you see that the back of her head is opened, and more screams and struggling as whatever they're doing is clearly causing her immense pain. You see a collar snapped around her neck, and as it snaps around, you see it burn and melt into her flesh as her body begins to bubble and morph with whatever these experiments are. And finally, you see the life leave this drow, as she stops moving entirely and is simply laying there, motionless, deceased, on this table. And this image fades to darkness. But the light does return as you now see that she is alive again, awake, hanging from her arms, in a cage, very cramped and confined, like an animal almost. And as you see her laying there, two figures appear, walking into frame with a singular light source shining on her. You see a drow woman. You see a drow woman, hair of quicksilver, eyes that shimmer like the dark night sky, filled with tiny dots of light. She wears a very gentle smile on her face as she looks upon this girl. She turns to the man who you've been seeing make notes this entire time, as he shouts a familiar word, Vati, as again now her body begins to morph and bubble and shift. She breaks her chains and busts herself out of the cage, but instead of moving to attack her captor, her torturer, she stops and remains like a robot, almost motionless, awaiting his command. As you see him gesture to this drow woman and seemingly hand her off to him. Seemingly hand her off to the new woman. You come to know that this woman is known as Kitagash. You see Nazra, a younger Nazra than you know, traveling with this woman. You see her treating her like a mother, caring for her, raising her, teaching her how to harness her magic and call upon the divine for her blessings and spells. You watch as they go on missions to save people, but you only see those times in which they failed and those who they were trying to save died. You see the two of them running, an elderly couple in their arms as they run away, only for a slash to come out of the darkness and draw the two elderly couples away. You also see Lyle, also younger in the same body, but you see her having a very different relationship with this Kitagash. You see her Lyle is more of a Kitagash and Lyle have more of a harsher motherly relationship. She cares for her, but is more intense. She trains her rigorously. She brings her on these missions. You watch as Lyle goes on these missions where she changes her form, begins infiltrating various different dark realms at the behest of her master, and you watch as she takes the life of several people along some of these missions. Eventually, all of these memories begin to shift to one defining moment as you watch Nazra taking some time in one of the hideouts that Kitagash and Nazra had brought people to. Kitagash comes running in, tears streaming from her eyes. She and Nazra quickly shoo the other people away, try and get them out of there, throw them into the darkness. Anything else is better than them staying here at this time. Tears are rolling down Kitagash's eyes as she grips Nazra by the shoulders and pleading with her to move forward, to continue her work, to continue to save people in this dark from the shadows. And above all, trust her. Trust your sister. Know that I will always love you, Nazra. As she brings Nazra into a hug and whispers silently into her ear, and she says, "It's time, Lyle." And as she says that, Lyle opens her eyes and looks around, a little confused for the moment, sees Kitagash with a worried expression on her face, tears streaming down her cheek, and quickly dons a worried expression of her own. She begins reaching for her mace as if to fight whatever enemy might be coming, but Kitagash just looks at Lyle and says, "It's time. The Lord is close to unveiling our plans. And finding out about our mission. But you must kill me. Bring my head before him and say you found me out as the traitor and ended me. That should earn you his trust. No buts. There is no other way. You must do it. Please, take care of your sister. Take care of Nazra." And she hands this dagger and places it into Lile's hand and, grabs her hand so that Lyle holds the dagger tightly and brings it up to her own throat. As she now, you feel Lyle also now just staring. Now she has tears down her face as well. She's like, no, I won't. You must. As as one final passing, she says, "Remember my ring. Take it with you. Take me with you. Protect your sister. Protect Nazra." As Lyle, with tears streaming down her face now she, holding the dagger, draws the knife across Kitagash's neck, the blood spilling out as she falls dead and limp. She takes the ring from Kitagash's body, sliding it over her own finger, and does as she asks, bringing the head before their master, dropping it at his feet, earning her place as his loyal servant. As that ends, you see now all of these scenes laid out before you in a circle. Just everywhere you look, some of these scenes are playing out, repeating over and over again. But before you see a twisted, older-looking drow. Her body twisted, similar to what you have seen with Lile's demon transformation. And you see a younger drow girl, not much older than the girl you saw on the table getting experimented on, as the younger girl looks up to the older Lyle and says, "Why? Why did you do it? Why did you kill her? You don't understand. I had to. There was no other. There's always another way. Why? Why did you kill her? Why did you kill all those other people? Why didn't you bother trying to find another way? You don't understand." The two of them just start screaming at each other. The little girl starts shouting, just, "Why? Why?" And as Lyle responds, "I had to. I did this to protect you. You're not protecting me. How could you be protecting me when you killed her? You killed Mother. It was the only way that we could survive. The only way that he would trust us. There's always another way. Why did that have to be the only way? That's the only thing she ever taught me. If there's one thing I've ever learned from Mother, it's that there is always another way." Then why? Why wasn't there another way? Why didn't you look for it? As the two of them just stand there, seemingly at an impasse with each other.
Yeah, this is gonna be rough, guys. I have no idea what to
Yeah.
do right now. Should we push them both?
Alright, here we go, guys.
Is the
maybe we
door
just
still
push them both.
open?
Maybe we just push them both. Maybe we just push them both.
Atrim, are you looking for the door?
I mean, sure.
So you turn around to look for the door, and behind you, a face that you've now seen in the midst of all of this. A tall, far too attractive man to be natural. Dressed very nicely in clean, almost sterile clothes, but very formal. Very well manicured hair, kind of slicked back to stay out of his eyes as he's working. And
Still have the notepad.
pristine, sharp bangs.
Derek?
Dedrick looks down at you all.
Yeah, I knew it.
This is interesting. You shouldn't be here. He looks over to you, Nazra. You shouldn't have let them in.
Okay.
Looks
Can
like
I
Al has more
respond?
toys. Yeah.
Can I respond? Can I
Absolutely.
respond immediately when he starts laughing?
What is your response?
I want to draw my longbow and fire.
Okay.
Fuck. Here we go.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm right next to him. I'm the front liner again, guys. I got this.
this is where we're going to go ahead and end this week's session.
Oh no.
So one question: Is this Daedric von Trier? Is that how you pronounce the name?
Do it. End him.
Because that
Count
I don't
Trier,
have the
yeah.
phrase written. Oh, Count Trier. I don't have it written in my notes. So I was looking through my notes for Nazar stuff they had mentioned earlier, and I found the name of the person they had told us about and the languages and stuff. It was in my notes.
Oh, he's so handsome.
That guy is the same guy that was doing the experiments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. Yeah, I'm drawing my
Yep.
longbow and fire and shooting him out.
I'm
I'm gonna
gonna take his notepad and throw it, but you went straight to shooting. Sure. That works
You have
too.
to understand. You have to understand. He tortured a little girl. I'm sorry. There's nothing.
Oh, yeah,
No,
judgment.
totally
You are
reasonable.
fully in the right.
100% reasonable reaction.
He is coming in with you.
I was just gonna disrespect him first, but this works too.
Yeah, get his ass. Well,
There, my keyboard is on fire from typing through that conversation.
bro, the
So
gifts,
No, you're
the
telling
gifts
me
are absurd.
you hear a tip tapping on the microphone. I apologize. Sometimes I forget to mute my microphone when I'm typing.
No, it was good.
I was kidding. Trying to. Oh God, I'm gonna have to look at the YouTube
Yeah,
video. For Roll
let's clarify really quick, because Ruben, you were being productive. You were like trying to take notes for World Anvil and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're over here having a
We're over
mute
here
fest.
Okay,
memeing the
let
fuck
me-
out of
let
it.
me
gift
get-
war.
I almost want to address that real quick. I had to mute that channel.
Oh
and I
my
hope
god.
I
I
figured.
hope it wasn't distracting to anyone else, because
Oh, it was distracting to me. I'm sitting here trying to
Oh,
keep
we
a straight
were-
face.
at that point, I
Because
was just
Connor's
trolling.
going.
and
Connor's
trying
just-
to have an intense in like
Yeah,
nice,
like,
whole thing
The
going on.
lore
Like,
dump,
It was
the trauma's
beautiful.
coming out. It's incredible. It's this dark, twisted story, and then I'm just over here like trying not to laugh because I'm a psycho.
Yeah,
Oh
there
my
was one
god.
that I
Seeing all the
don't
memes
remember
now.
which one, but there was one that I had to mute myself for because I lost it on one of them.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
I
yes,
remember
we
hearing
got
that.
him.
For me, for me, it was the acid one. Oh my god, he just chucks a bucket at his
Y'all are the worst.
man.
He's like, I'm now imagining he's like got like this like little vial of acid, you know, just like looking at it.
Man.
He's like, all right, it's time to experiment. And then he puts the vial of acid to the side and then grabs the bucket and just chucks it.
Just dumps it.
To be fair, everybody can
Listening
mute the
the whole
channel.
time.
Everybody
Yeah.
can mute the channel at any point in
Yeah,
time.
But,
no,
like,
it's a meme war.
I
It's
know
beautiful.
Connor's
No,
probably.
I am never going to mute this channel because I am a part of this process.
Yeah, I
Come on,
I have
it's
it
like
muted.
courtesy, like there's a lore dump going on, someone's narrating. You gotta pay attention, you
Bruh,
know.
I have
Yeah.
the channel muted, and I was paying. Look through the gifts. I was paying absolute.
Oh yeah, no,
attention.
we were
Yeah.
paying.
That's the beauty of it is
Most
all
of
of the
us-
gifts
have
are
it-
such a like I could
They
tell
tell a
you the
story.
story
They
of
tell
the
a story.
session based off of the gifts.
I have the channel muted so that it doesn't like ring. It'll still notify me, but
Mhm.
if I turn it off and I'm trying to do something else, then it's not like blowing up in my ears. So I apologize if I ruined it for you, Connor.
I appreciate you guys putting up with my dragon mom and dad.
I'm coming.
Yeah, you want to try that, G?
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll be right back.
You know, but there is one thing we.
So, for everyone that came out, a very different session this time around, but hopefully one that you enjoyed. I've been very excited for this session all week. This was great. I'm gonna be sending the raid over this week to Armin. Looks like they are playing Greyhawk. Well, Dungeons and Dragons in the Greyhawk setting. So, hope you enjoy. Nope, that's not how you start a raid. That's how you raid. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I promise. Okay, now we're talking. We got somewhere. Great. We'll see you all on Tuesday and or next week.
Yeah,
the arrows.
Ah. Oh yes. I just asked them if they recognise that style of arrow. No, none of them do. She says yes. Where did you find them? We're glad to have them back.